Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Porch lights on, but the trail's gone cold. Every town's got secrets, some just dig deep.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is Front Porch Forensics. I am your co-host, Bump Stock Ken. And here in the kitchen today, instead of on the front porch, with your hostess with the mostest, Bump Stock Barbie.
Yeah, we are getting ready for Mother's Day tomorrow, so I'm making coleslaw and pasta salad as we do this show. And if y'all noticed, we had new intro music tonight, which is from one of our fellow KLRN guys, Jeff. He hosts The Lost Wanderer, and you can see him on some other shows and everything too. But yeah, that intro music to me is so much better.
Yeah, it really is nice. We want to thank him a lot for that, and I think we're going to probably make that the official intro for the time being. We really are proud of the work he did in that, and want to thank him greatly.
Yeah, very haunting, so it's right up my alley. I love it.
Like I said, tomorrow is Mother's Day, so happy Mother's Day to everyone that is a mother or stepmother or grandmother, and all
Or happy birthing day for non-specified gender people. I don't know.
Nah, they get their day. It's April 1st every year.
They get a month, dude. They don't need it.
Are we sounding okay, Rick? Can you hear her okay?
Yeah, it sounds good on my end. I mean, like I said, she's a little quiet because she's far off, but it's
Okay.
not that bad.
Yeah, because I'm just over here at the stove. So
It is the only time ever she's a little quiet. So,
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it, but
hey, you married.
I'll say a prayer for you tonight, my brother.
Thank you very, very much.
Hey, you're also my taste tester, so be nice.
Tonight we have been gone for extended leave here for a little past few weeks. A lot of stuff going on this time of year for us. Had a bunch of family get-togethers and other holiday type things
birthdays, all that kind of stuff.
that required our attention and required us being there. So it just didn't work out that we could do the show. But today we are back, and hopefully back on a regular schedule for a while.
Yeah.
And it being Mother's Day tomorrow, we thought about doing Mothers Who Kill.
That seemed a bit dark, even for me, though. So
yeah, that just seemed like we just didn't want to come back with a downer of a show, because when you get kids involved, it's pretty rough.
It's very depressing.
It's very hard on your hostess here. So we decided we kind of, I don't want to say light, because it's not really a light subject.
It is still true crime, and we do have a cold case that was solved tonight after 62 years. So we'll discuss that one a little bit, but we decided to keep it a little bit more upbeat as much as we possibly can for a true crime show.
Yeah, if you can call true crime of any kind upbeat, that's what we're going to try to do. What we're going to look at today, like she said, she mentioned some cold case ones. So, did we ever come up with a title for tonight's show?
No, I think it'll just be one kind of more about that current event, and just everything that kind of goes along.
How
with
about
it's more of an open discussion?
How about the one about reinventing yourself?
Yeah, because that's essentially what the women have done that we're going to talk about. So
what we're talking about today is this cold case in particular. Basically, people who have fell off the radar, have disappeared, and basically take on a new identity.
It turns out that they did.
And
they started over.
They left, abandoned whoever, and started a new life. They reinvented themselves. So, and what brought this on is a cold case that was found earlier this year, solved when they found the woman alive. So the lady we're talking about is Audrey Backenberg. Y'all may have heard it on the news or on X. We've seen some posts out there.
Right.
But Audrey Backenberg, a Wisconsin woman who disappeared in 1962 and was found alive earlier this year, 2025, after living under a new identity for over 6 years. Or, 6 decades. What is it, 62 years?
Yeah, it was
to be
62 years that case had been going on. She was considered a missing person all this time.
Yeah, but I guess it's closer to 63 years, actually. She disappeared in 62, and it's 2025, so almost 63 years.
That she was reported missing or last seen.
Yeah, so at the time of her disappearance, she was 20 years old, married, and had 2 children. Now, she had filed a criminal complaint against her husband back then, and she alleging severe physical abuse and even death threats. And shortly after, she left her home and disappeared, and whereabouts was remained unknown until she turned back up earlier this year.
I'm gonna have to put them up, aren't I?
Yep. So,
Come on, puppies. Sorry, I don't know what to do. Like you just gotta.
so
let me
if
put them
they
up.
been gone for 62 years, she had filed complaints. I guess legal complaints actually. It says criminal complaint against her husband for alleging severe physical abuse and death threats. I remember reading too that he had actually bought a gun and showed her, or this is her saying, that he had bought a gun and was showing her the gun, telling her this is to keep you in line, basically. So he had obviously made some pretty veiled threats there, and tacked on with the physical abuse. I'm sure, obviously, there's mental abuse there as well. And if you want to go to trifecta, there's emotional abuse too, I'm sure.
Well, I count emotional and mental abuse kind of in the same category because I mean they're tied together for me. So
Yeah. Abuse is abuse is abuse, kind of.
yeah, but I mean physical abuse is on a different level. Um, but again, emotional and mental abuse I put under that same umbrella.
Emotional and mental.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could say that.
Come on, Dixie.
Because it's not a physical bruise. It's both of them leaves damage on the inside, as opposed to the outside.
And this is one that like most people know about me that I can relate to.
Yeah.
Not with you, of course, but I actually have experience in this.
This story, I wish I had a lot of follow up with it as far as current events, but talking with the sheriff who found the woman alive, she basically requested to be left alone. So the sheriff that found her is not releasing any information. He's not releasing her new current name or anything like that.
What she did technically is not a crime. I mean, you may get into like criminal stuff if she did not legally change her name. And then, like, you can get into like insurance fraud or any kind of stuff like that would kind of go along with that because she's had medical care over the years and all that kind of stuff. So if she didn't like legally change her name, you could get into fraud. But simply just walking away from your life and starting over, not a crime.
Right. Yeah. Legally abandoning your family and taking on a new identity is not a crime on itself.
Yeah,
Inherently, it's not a crime.
It's not a legal crime.
Right. And in Andrea's case, there's no indication that she had committed any other criminal activities, like in the process of her leaving her previous life. She didn't do anything illegal,
She didn't do anything illegal then, and apparently has no criminal history since then.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she just walked away from her life, essentially.
Yeah, she didn't take anything with her. She didn't. I'm not even sure if she legally changed her name. From what I've read,
and that's what I'm wondering, like, because if she didn't change her name, if the ex-husband or who she left and everything was serious about finding her, if she didn't change her name, it probably would have been pretty easy.
Yeah, well, I think she didn't legally change her name like through the court systems, but she just took on a new name.
Yeah, but that's where I talked about like then this could be an instance of fraud for like other issues, like insurance issues for one, But we don't know anything about that. We don't know if she legally changed her name or not. That's all just speculation on my part. So
I couldn't find any evidence that she did. And then again, taking on a new name, just as long as she didn't try to take any loans or anything out under that name.
No, but even again with medical care, it would be considered insurance fraud if you did not actually put your real name or accurate information on any of those forms or anything.
Yeah.
I think you could get into things like insurance fraud with that.
Yeah, you could.
But again, speculation because we have no idea if she legally changed her name or not.
Right. Yeah, we don't know. Because, like I said,
those records would not be made known.
Like I said, out of respect for the lady, and at her request, the police didn't release any other information. So it's kind of hard to go from there. What we do know is that the authorities, once that she did disappear in the beginning, the authorities have confirmed that her disappearance was voluntary and that she was not in danger during her time away after she left her husband.
Right. What happened? Was it a train station? Was it the babysitter she was with? She was with somebody younger who said that the last time anybody saw her was that person that she was with said that they just saw her walk away.
Yeah, she was at I want to say the train station. She walked around the corner and has never come back. Left the child with a baby. They said babysitter, but I don't.
Somebody in the like caring for the child, like
Yeah.
could be a nanny, could be a babysitter, something.
It could
like
have been
that. I mean,
just one of her friends, and she walked away from them. She left the child with an adult
with an adult that she trusted.
Yeah, and she said that she just walked out, turned the corner, and
that's the last time anybody
never
saw
came
her.
back. So, but yeah, the police, they looked into it. They found no. It was all voluntary. That she wasn't kidnapped or anything like that when she was found.
Foul play or anything like that was ever suspected.
And because of all that, said there are no legal consequences that she's facing for her actions, or that she could charge someone else with for her disappearance.
Yeah, I mean, basically, they just announced, hey, we closed this case. She's fine. She's alive. Like, she's been just living her life for these 6 decades.
Right.
And I mean, okay, for her sake, like, I hope they were at least mostly happy times,
Mm-hmm.
Like, that she got away from the abusive situation. Me, personally, I can't fathom leaving my child behind in that kind of situation, though. That's where I can't understand her decision making there.
Right. That's something else I would love to find out, and maybe it will happen. Following the case, maybe we'll see her original husband and kids, come out and say something about it, because I would be interested to see what their take on it is.
Yeah, if the husband, I mean, again, it's been like 60 plus years, so the husband may be dead by now.
Yeah, she's in her 80s.
Yeah.
So.
And men don't live as long as women, so.
Right.
I think there's probably a distinct possibility that first husband has probably passed on by now.
I don't know.
We don't know for sure.
He didn't have a wife slowly killing him for 60 years either, so he may be just fine. But yeah, when you look at the legal side of it, I still see it seems like there should be something not okay about it. You know what I mean? But there's not. I guess there's really not. I mean, I'm sure there's some gray area, like if she did take out loans or sign paperwork under the new name or whatever.
I think, had we gotten her the name that she's been living under right now, we could probably find out if she has some kind of criminal history. But again, that information has not been released, so all we've got is speculation.
Well, again, like I said, I just thought about this too when we was talking about it. There's no proof that she actually did change her name, really.
Yeah.
She could have kept her name, and just nobody really tried looking for her.
Maybe the husband just didn't care to look for her. Like, he wasn't that vengeful or anything.
Right.
Which is a great thing. I mean, especially for an abusive husband. You would think a lot of times, running out on the family, that's going to cause him to be very, very angry and want to retaliate.
Perhaps the babysitter she left with was her replacement already.
I mean, yeah, if she was some kind of nanny or something like that, I mean, you all hear, it's the old cliche, the husband sleeping with the nanny.
But again, that's just speculation. We shouldn't delve too far into that. I just wish there was more information to follow up from their side, too.
It's just amazing, because usually these cold cases, they don't end with the person in question being alive when they find them.
Right.
So I think that in and of itself, after 62 years, I think that is amazing.
Yeah.
And the fact that, I mean, she's apparently healthy and living a normal life, so she just, again, walked away from her situation.
Right.
And, I mean, 20 years old, that's very, very young. I was only 22 when I had a tiny tyrant.
She was 20 years old with 2 kids.
Yeah.
So
I only had the tiny tyrant when I was 22.
You're looking at more than likely the first child was born somewhere 17-year-old, or at least pregnant at that point.
Yeah, we don't know the ages of the children, but She did have 2 children.
Well, you're looking at 18 months at least. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So right there is 18.
I would have thought like maybe 18 or so at the very least.
Well, like I say, you take 18 months out of it from 20. Okay, you're looking at the oldest would be 18 and a half, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna look at maybe 6 months in between the 2 kids, on the short end.
Yeah.
So that puts her late 16, 17 years old.
Yeah. But I mean,
so that's early.
For that time too, like in the 60s, I guess getting married at that age wasn't really as taboo as we think it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, I mean, that's fairly normal. These girls, late high school or have already graduated high school and want to go ahead and make their lives and everything, so they get married and start having babies.
Yeah. Well, it's Wisconsin, so they want to get out of there as quick as they can. So I'm sure they start early. But like I said, we talked about some of the moral justifications for it. Obviously, with the abuse, like self-preservation would be part of it.
Yeah, my first instinct, because again, I've also lived this and everything, is that fight or flight response.
Yeah.
Like, you see these battered women and everything, they go one of 2 ways. They leave or they kill the guy.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
Fight or flight, 100%.
Yeah, because if her allegations are indeed real about the severe abuse, then what she was doing was escaping severe abuse, physical abuse, and actual threats to her life, which intent to escalate on those threats. So, I mean,
I always said that my only choice was taking the tiny tyrant and leaving, because otherwise I would have ended up on the news.
Yeah, so her self-preservation was definitely justified. Again, it's just so hard to think about leaving the kids behind. But
especially if it's an abusive situation.
But
like
we
that.
have some other examples coming up too where that's not uncommon. I see, we see that.
Women have just picked up and left everything, including their own children. But,
well, in the last series, in the cults, we saw where some women had escaped and they had to leave their kids behind.
Yeah, they had to.
Yeah.
They still fought after they left and everything to get their kids back.
Mm-hmm.
But we have no idea if this particular woman did that. Like, we don't know the circumstances of that side of it. So,
well, like I said, especially here with our moral values, like the parental responsibility, that's top tier, very high importance for the children's well-being.
Again, I refer back to my own experiences. My only thought process was, he's going to start doing it to her too. Mm-hmm. So I have to get her out of this.
Right.
So she was with me when I left.
Right. So like I said, it's easy to get in that mindset, especially where it's a parent's duty to to try to protect their kids no matter what, before they, even before themselves. And to see these situations where they do leave the kids behind, it's hard to
fathom it and understand it.
How they would, I'm doing air quotes here, put themselves in front of their children like that. Because that just seems backwards for what we feel. And I think a lot of our listeners would feel the same way too. I get the situation. We can't imagine, most of us can't imagine the type of situation she was in. Some of you can, present company included. But again, walking away from the kids, maybe it's justifiable in her mind. Obviously, it wasn't to some point.
We don't understand her mental state. We have, I mean, she's not come out and talked about anything since then. Right. So, I mean, all of this is us just kind of openly discussing this kind of thing and more speculating than anything else.
That's why, again, I'm going to be watching the reports and stuff to see if the children do speak up,
right,
or if the husband's around, see he speaks up. If somebody else involved that was left behind,
connected to them,
comes out and says something. Because I would love to see their side of it.
I wonder if that babysitter or nanny is still around. Like, if she'll come out and talk about the day she saw her just turn that corner and never come back.
Well, they had a statement. The police department had that statement that she made during the initial investigation, but that's really it. I mean, that was her direct statement, is that she walked around the corner and just never came back.
Yeah.
So,
but if she was a nanny or a babysitter or anything like that, she was obviously close to the family because they trusted her with the children.
Yeah, I know it said babysitter in the report, but to me it just seems more like family friend type person, and
Yeah,
it
I
got
mean,
that label put on them. Because why would they need a babysitter if they were in her presence? That just
yeah.
doesn't. That just seems weird. But
Like I said, it could have been a nanny type situation.
yeah,
We have no idea. I don't. That woman wasn't named though, was she?
no, I didn't get a name from
No.
her. But like I said, again, we got to be careful going with any kind of judgment against her, even though
Yeah.
it's kind of our nature to do so. Because again, it's 1962, and times back then was a lot different, especially for a 20-year-old young woman.
Right. With arguably two young kids,
Yeah.
probably. So.
I mean, back then, it's very likely to have any, or if you did have any, very small, very few resources available to you for kind of
I say you would.
for
I
help.
imagine she probably didn't work outside the home. She was probably a homemaker. Husband was the breadwinner and everything, and that kind of dynamic and everything. Especially for an abusive man, he's going to tell her, what are you going to do? You have no resources. You have no money. Everything you've got is from me. You have no place to go. I'm providing the house, a roof over your head. What are you going to do without me?
Right. And then, like you said, leaving your family and all that was, especially back in the day, was unthought of. Divorce rates and all that was very much shamed. So resources for her was probably
Very, very limited.
would be very limited. And even with the police side of it, like even today, when you have a complaint, a lot of times, and rightfully so, it can be argued the police can't do anything until the crime's been made.
I say the police don't exist to prevent crime. They can only arrest you after a crime has been committed.
Right. And we all know that a restraining order is just a piece of paper.
I say if they violate the restraining order, then that person can be arrested. But
with the threats,
if they violate the restraining order, you might not be allowed to file that report.
Exactly. Like I said, from her reports of what she was already facing, the abuse wise, plus the threats that he was making,
I can't even imagine like the fear this woman was living with. And,
exactly.
Like I've lived through my own abuse and everything from my first marriage, but it never escalated to the point that he was actually threatening to kill me at all.
Well, like I said earlier, when he was dealing with the dogs, he had actually had a gun that he showed her and told her basically, "This is to keep you in line."
See, that's terrifying. Like
he had already
every waking minute in fear.
So, and again, that's one of the things she told the sheriff's department.
When they found her,
That's one of the reasons she told him that's why she left and that she didn't want to be brought back into it. So I'm assuming she has lived in 62 years. She's got a whole new life.
I say she probably has like a whole new family and everything. I would imagine.
So, I imagine she'd have to have a whole new family and all that. So, and I can imagine that these kids had to be small, under 5 for sure. I'm going to guess. So even after all that time,
little kids too.
So even after all that time, they've got a whole new life too. So it makes you wonder if finding them is really worth it, kind of. And we'll actually touch on that later on a couple other stories I have picked out too. Oh, and for everybody listening, I picked these stories out tonight.
Yeah, he's leading the charge tonight since I'm doing stuff, getting ready for tomorrow.
So as I bring this information out, and it's just basically an open conversation with her, with Bump Stock Barbie, and we're just kind of hashing it out together because she hasn't really looked into it. She's been super busy all week and busy again tonight. So I'm kind of picking the stories out tonight. So.
Yeah, almost like we did at Thanksgiving, but at least this was I knew the case ahead of time. At least this main one that we're talking about.
Yeah, you kind of know what's going on with this one, but you've not really looked into it very far.
So you've done a little more research and show notes, which is usually what I do before a show.
Yeah.
But again, being busy and everything, you're taking the lead charge and everything on this one.
So we've kind of talked about the legality of it. We looked at some of the morality of it, and now we're just kind of going back compassion versus judgment, I guess, trying to hold off judgment and finding some compassion for her,
I say because again,
some understanding maybe.
We don't have a ton of details.
Mm-mm.
So, I mean, we don't know what the catalyst was to make her decide, I just got to get out. I got to walk away.
Well, the cat
with nothing but the clothes on her back.
Yeah, what she said was just the abuse and the. Now I don't know what that straw was.
I was about
Maybe,
to say, I mean, there had to be that straw that broke that camel's back.
The situation tends to make me think there's either pre-planned on her part or there's more to it, because they were at the train station.
Right. We don't know where they were going or coming from.
She had someone there with her child to leave her child with, and then she walks away. So did they randomly out on the walk just happen to go to the train station and she leave?
Like I said, I imagine being at the train station, they were either going somewhere or coming from somewhere, or again, this was pre-planned. Like she just hopped a train somewhere.
I think she obviously got on the train and left, which means she would have to have a ticket. So I wonder if this babysitter was.
Well, okay, that's interesting though.
I wonder if this babysitter had went to the train station with her, knowing what the plan was, and was helping with the.
I mean, that's entirely possible, but again, with the train ticket and everything, that seems a bit obvious. Like, if I'm going to leave, like, uproot my entire life and just leave, I would go to a train station and everything and then just walk away and go to, like, a bus station or something.
Yeah.
But I imagine that they probably asked bus station attendants and, workers, or the train station workers and everything, did you see this woman? Did you sell this woman a ticket? If you did, where was the ticket to?
Right.
They would have done all of this.
Assuming that that's how they would have followed it in the 60s. She could have walked in, she would have paid with cash, because again, it's the 60s. There'd been no way to trace it. And if you walk up to the station and say, hey, give me a ticket to El Paso, here's $18, that person go back, cool, take your cash, send you a ticket. They may not even look at you.
I was about to say, I mean, it would obviously depend on how busy the train station was, or the bus station, or wherever else, she might have gone or to get away. But yeah, I mean, the police procedure back then was still kind of standard. So yes, they would have interviewed all of the employees that were working that day at that time.
Right.
And, shown a photo. Did you see this woman? Did you sell this woman a ticket?
Assuming that that the husband even pushed it. Because
if she was reported missing, they still have to do that just as a matter of protocol.
Yeah, depending on when she was reported missing, what information they had at the time. Because remember, the authorities didn't investigate this until after all this started coming out. They didn't put much effort into it in the 60s. So I think it was basically just a, hey, missing person, gone.
And there was no foul play, and they probably had other stuff going on that took priority.
I wonder when again, 20-year-old in the 60s, they probably assumed, okay, she's one of those, that first wave going out to California.
Maybe.
Because that's about the time that started really rolling in,
Yeah.
And we talked about that earlier. Now, this was later in the 60s when the movement started going west to be free. But it had to start a little earlier. Again, the women's.
Always like the build up before
the feminist
the
feminist movement was kind of kicking off. There was some stuff going on in the East Coast with the racial wars, or not necessarily wars, but riots and everything going on. So it was a time of transition for the whole country, really.
Right.
So to me, a 20-year-old coming up with cash, which would be normal, saying, "Get me a ticket anywhere but here," boom, I wouldn't pay no attention either.
I was saying, when they interviewed the babysitter, nanny, whoever she was, and everything, and she said, "No, I didn't see anybody grab her. She wasn't kicking, screaming. She just walked away."
And again, we're assuming we don't know when she was reported missing, or even if they did, honestly, until later. So, but yeah, like I said, I guess it's hard to come up with a judgment far as this right or wrong, morality wise, legally even, but
Yeah, I mean, the only part morality-wise I get hung up is her walking away and leaving her children behind.
Right.
That's the only part I get hung up on.
And you being a mother, that's even worse
Yeah,
for you
I
to
mean,
try to figure out.
I can't imagine it. I didn't do it. You know, I mean, I toted my daughter along with me.
Right. Like, for example, people, again, this is a time in the country where everybody was, the expression was starting to build, self worth was coming out. People was fighting for their own rights. That movement was starting to pick up steam. People was reinventing themselves, and there was kind of a tidal wave building that you can see.
You could almost call that, like, in a way, like a Renaissance type period for the U.S.
Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, it's not. I don't think it absolutely was called like an age of enlightenment, because I think it led to just complete selfishness and everything else. Like, I think the intent behind the whole movement and everything was there, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. So.
Right. I mean,
So
like,
this is the type of movement that, you know, we want our own rights and everything, and we want the rights to make decisions for ourselves. And now look at us with, like, you know, millions and millions of abortions since then, just about.
well,
Because, you know, hey, I want to make the decisions about my own body. Okay, well, if you were doing that in the first place, you wouldn't have gotten pregnant. Short of rape or something like that you have no control over. But
well, back in the 50s into the 60s, it was basically a woman's mindset was it was their duty to have kids.
yeah, because that's what was taught to them. It was ingrained. It was expected.
Again, her being 20 years old, she may have realized this is, especially with that husband, this is just not the life for her. This is not what she wanted. She needed that freedom for her life. Her being married even back then may have been a planned thing. She may not have had to say in that. That's why I want an updated conversation.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Like, if she would come out and, you know, make a public statement or something.
And then find out from the other side, too, to see how they're doing. Be interesting. But basically, like I said, we Americans, I can, kind of the American culture, especially in that time of day, we can find value in like reinventing yourself and having your personal freedoms, Um, but also, me personally, um, I kind of want some honesty and transparency, especially when like the families are being affected like this too.
I mean, we keep going back, or I keep going back. You know, I would like to hear from the children if they're still around, like how old they were when this went down, and kind of how they lived with the father after that. You know, if he was abusive.
Right. Yeah, it would be interesting, but hopefully one day we'll get that. But if not, we got to be ready to respect their decision to stay quiet about it too.
Yeah. I mean, they may not want that kind of spotlight, and I would not blame them in the slightest.
But I want to kind of pull away from that for a little while and look more like it just, again, the legal perspectives of it and just kind of the case in general with these people that are involved. Do you want to do the other? I got 3 other examples. You want to do those first before we look at the legal?
However you want to do it. Like I said, you're leading the charge tonight, baby.
Well, they all kind of fit into the same category. Then we'll kind of go over some legal perspectives and then the psychological perspectives. And
so you've always been more the procedural type.
Right.
I've always been, obviously, the psychological aspects.
Well, I've got another one from the 60s. Lucy Ann Johnson. She disappeared in 1961, and she was found again in 2013. So over 50 years, about 52 years here. Lucy Ann Johnson, Canadian, vanished from her. Oh, I got to say it correctly. I'm sorry. Canadian. Nope, Canadian.
What?
It's Canadian.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
Canadian.
Canada. It's not Canada, so it's not Canadian. It's Canadian.
Excuse
So-
me, you're both wrong. That's the European Union.
Yes.
But anyway, she vanished from her home in Surrey, British Columbia in 1961. And I guess it's Surrey, Surrey, British Columbia, right? In 1961. Her husband reported her missing 4 years later. So,
4 years?
yes. In 1961, she disappeared from home. Her husband reported her missing 4 years later,
Okay, what was his reasoning for that?
leading to suspicion of foul play, obviously.
Yeah. Like, I would immediately be like, why did you wait this long?
Right,
Like, dude, come on.
right. So, obviously, there was an investigation. No signs that no signs of foul play, obviously. But again, 4 years later, no body had been found, obviously, because she's not dead. So they couldn't charge the guy with anything.
Well, I mean, even then, if he had killed her, he had 4 years.
Exactly right.
Come on. What about the rest of her family? I assume she had parents, maybe siblings. Like,
Mm-hmm.
did anybody notice that this woman was not around for 4 years?
Right.
That's insane to me.
It is very, very strange how, he had to cover for her basically for 4 years because it gets better. Johnson, Lucianne Johnson revealed when she was found, again in 2013, she revealed that she had left her husband due to abuse again, and that she had attempted to take her children with her, but he had refused and wouldn't let her leave.
So he knew she was going to leave.
Yep, and
that even more, like him saying, like, "Oh yeah, she tried to leave once before with the kids and everything, and now I didn't report her missing for 4 years later." Like, dude, I would think you killed this woman.
So in 1961, she leaves. In 1965, she's finally reported to be missing. She tried to take her kids with her when she left. So I think, again, here's where some speculation comes in and just some logic on my part. I think it was probably something along the lines of, well, you can leave, but you ain't taking the kids. And she finally did.
Right.
And he's like,
okay, it's so bad, I still have to get out of this.
And he's kind of like good riddance and didn't bother enough to even say anything,
Maybe.
I wonder what triggered him actually reporting the missing. So, like I said, somebody who knew her finally had to say something. It's what I figure is the catalyst to get the report to go out.
That it took 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
That's astounding to me. Like, again, even if he didn't do it, somebody else in her life had to know that she was gone.
Yeah, you would think. Again, 1960s, though, and 1960 in Canada. Did they have telephones and stuff in Canada in 1960?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know what America Junior was like in 1960. But yeah, that's what blew my mind was 4 year gap between her missing and him actually just saying, "Oh yeah, she's gone."
I'm still just floored that, again, nobody else in her life said anything. It doesn't have to be a spouse that reports you missing. It can be anybody.
Right.
But why did no one say anything?
Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty wild. And like I said, she had other kids because the way she is found in 2013 is one of her kids named Rhonda, her daughter, had been looking for her mother because she, I guess, was never satisfied with whatever story she was told, right?
I say, Dad had to tell some story to the kids about where Mommy went.
So finally, she sends out a ad in the local paper up there in the what is it called? I got it wrote down here somewhere. Anyways, in the Yukon Times, basically, looking for.
I see Yukon Cornelius in my mind when I hear Yukon. So
Yukon Cornelius, the world's greatest Canadian.
I'm sorry, but that always flashes in my head when I hear Yukon.
Let's see. Anyways, Rhonda.
Excuse me, sir. Hang on. Point of order. I'm pretty sure you said it was Canadian.
Yeah, Canadian. Did I say Canadian again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, you did.
That's
You said it wrong.
Canadian. Yep.
Dropping me nuts.
So she puts out.
You want to try this?
So Rhonda puts out ads in the local papers in that area saying, "Hey, I'm looking for relatives," and she gives the known names, slight description, other relatives that they may be kin to in that area. Lucy Ann Johnson's kinfolk.
Yeah.
And just kind of put a post out there in all these different newspapers. And she had been doing this for a while. And finally, no, I'm sorry. I told you that wrong. That is Linda Evans, which is Lucy Ann Johnson's daughter. Johnson's daughter, Linda Evans, tracked her down, Lucy Ann. Linda had put an ad in the Yukon area local paper saying, "Hey, I'm looking for my relatives." Gives the name Lucy Ann Johnson, the description, the name of other relatives that may be in that area, and goes from there. Now, Johnson, through the course of her 50 years of being gone, got remarried. Obviously, her name changes from Evans to Johnson, and she has other children, 3 other kids. So our missing person, Lucy Ann Johnson, has got a whole new life,
New family.
new husband, 3 new kids, living her life in a different section of Canada. Still in British Columbia, but that's a huge place.
Yeah.
So it's all spread out. So Rhonda is Johnson's daughter from the new life. Okay. Rhonda sees the ad, realizes, hey, I think that might be mom.
Right.
So she does a little bit of investigating herself and decides she's going to contact Linda Evans and says, hey, my name's Rhonda. This woman you're talking about sounds a lot like my mother. We need to talk. So, anyways, they get together. This is early 2013. They wind up meeting each other a few times. Rhonda finally talks to her mom, the Lucy Ann Johnson, talks to her, and they agree to meet. And finally, Linda, the original daughter, flies up to them, actually gets to meet her mom, gets reunited with her mother, Lucy Ann, and gets to meet her 3 half siblings.
Yeah.
So, and according to what the last thing I read on them, they are still all in contact, and it seems to be a healing type situation.
I hope it would be, because for me, like, I can actually kind of put myself in the situation of the child that was left behind and the child that found out that there were other siblings that got left behind.
Mm-hmm.
Like, on the one hand, like, learning that, my mother created this entirely new family, just walked away from us. Like, I would have probably some severe issues because of that. Like, why didn't she want me?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of thing. And then if I was the other children, I mean, obviously this Rhonda is, not one of these like selfish, entitled little brats or anything. So she was like, oh my God, I have siblings that I never knew about until now.
Yeah.
And she reached out and everything, and she wanted a relationship with them. Because that's how I would see that too. Like, dude, okay, like, mom, you walked out on my brothers and sisters, like, how I would have questions for her about that.
Yeah.
Like,
well, that's why, like I said, Linda's from the original 1961 family.
And Rhonda's
the new family.
Right.
So when Rhonda saw the ad, she done the right thing. She finally reached out to Linda, and they met first. And because from the time the ad went out to the time they actually got to meet was several months.
Right.
So, I mean, they worked it out and didn't rush into anything. So I imagine there was a lot of emotions, like you're talking about, that they both had to deal with.
I'm about to say, that's a whole lot of processing and everything. And even if you are adults, like, that's still going to bring up all these feelings you had as a child when your mother walks out.
Yep. And like I said, the Canadian Mounted Police actually helped with the verification that once that ad come out and that they did verify that it really was her.
Okay. So they went through all the process of it to
it took a while.
Verify.
Mm-hmm. It took a while to figure it out.
which is good because there's there's stories of, I think there's even like a Netflix movie out right now called like The Imposter, of this man who just assumes the identities of missing children and actually dupes the parents. He lived with a set of parents for a long time, claiming that he was their missing son.
Yeah, there's a few, and I know that was a movie, but I think there's some actual
No,
real
this
cases.
one is based on that actual guy that did that.
Wasn't there one where it was a woman who's like in her, like a grown ass woman pretending to be a teenager in this people's family?
I
Or
think
is
you're
that
talking about The Orphan, the horror movie,
I don't remember.
where she is a fully grown adult and everything, but she still, like, she had some kind of condition that she looked like a child,
Yeah.
and she was like terrorizing this family. I think that was a movie called The Orphan, which is a great horror movie, but
We ought to do a show one night, just a fun show about good movies and stuff like that.
well, especially the ones that have the psychological aspects. Like I talked about yesterday, doing like an episode on the movie Split
Yeah.
for a dissociative identity disorder.
Yep.
Like, I think that would just be really fun. So,
Mm-hmm. That's
But, I
something we
mean-
can decide later. That'd
Yeah.
be pretty cool.
I mean, off on a tangent and everything, but again, this is more like just me and Daniel, like we normally do. It's just being recorded now.
Yeah, tonight's basically just a preview as to what it looks like. If y'all's looking in the window, watching and listening, that's kind of what we're doing.
I was about to say, this is like our normal day-to-day type conversations.
Yeah, it's it's what we call fun. Again, air quotes.
I say, you said I buried the lead a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, you did. You say you didn't, but you did.
I say, you were never into this kind of stuff really before me.
Well,
And
I
I
mean,
think through like osmosis over the years, it's just kind of gotten ingrained now.
I mean, I was into it, you know, like a normal human being would be into
Just
it.
the healthy interest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely don't have a healthy interest, I don't think.
No.
No 9-year-old should know Jeffrey Dahmer's address.
No 9-year-old should know Jeffrey Dahmer's name. No 6-year-old should read Stephen King. But
Yeah,
here you are.
Daniel says that I am the reason my parents lock their door at night.
Well, that was the case number 2 from the Canadian Lucy Ann Johnson. Again, a long 50 years in hiding with a whole new family and all that kind of
Yeah.
stuff. Allegations of abuse is why she left. So, kind of a mirror to the one we just talked
That
about.
one's still just astounding, and it seems like there's more information on that one. So I may circle back to this in a different episode, but 4 years, and literally no one reported this woman missing.
It's the 1960s and it's Canada.
Still, like, that should not be, like, I'm still just blown away by that.
I don't know.
Like, I'm so hung up on that right now. So eventually I'm probably going to have an episode where we circle back to this.
Well, we'll see. So, number 2, we're coming to the good old United States of America in Pittsburgh. This one is, let's see, how would I start? It's interesting.
My
But-
brain immediately went in your kids' ears and nesting, but that's Eminem, and that's a whole
And-
different problem.
And again, Patricia Kopta, Kopta, Patricia Kopta, went missing in 1992 and was found in 2023. And this is how. This is a history of mental illness
Okay.
with her.
Okay.
So,
So not
this one,
necessarily the abuse, she just had something wrong.
this one's a little easier to wrap your mind around, I think, because there
Okay.
is a history of mental illness with her. All right.
Do we know what her diagnosis was?
No, I did not find a diagnosis other than dementia later on when they do find her. Patricia Kopta, a known street preacher from Pittsburgh.
Okay, so that's giving me more almost like the schizophrenia type
Yep,
vibes.
yep. She disappeared in 1992. Just a quick overview. She was declared legally dead after years of unsuccessful searches. So her family was actively looking for her. In 2023, she was discovered living in a nursing home in Puerto Rico. and she had dementia in the nursing home. And this is how I'll get to this in a minute. How they actually why that matters. Okay. She had left due to mental health issues and, quote, a desire for a warmer climate. So basically, she started walking south.
Yeah. Or hitching or, something else.
DNA from the nursing home finally reveals that, okay, this is really her.
This is who we're looking for.
It's actually, really her this time. So no doubt who this woman is. So let's see. She left behind a husband and siblings. It doesn't say anything about children.
Okay.
A husband and siblings. She meandered around Pittsburgh as a street preacher.
Yeah, like I said, usually when you get people like that, again, it's giving me, and of course, I'm no mental health professional at all, but I mean, I study this stuff for fun.
Mm-hmm.
So that sounds very much like kind of a more schizophrenic type mentality.
Yes. Her husband, Bob Copta, and a surviving sister, 78-year-old Gloria Smith, are the family that was finally told, that was contacted to verify who this woman was from Puerto Rico.
Okay.
So let me just read the account here. She left Pittsburgh and disappeared for several years. Wound up in Puerto Rico again, still in the streets of Puerto Rico, still preaching and living off the streets, basically. Okay. She was taken in as a person, quote, in need to an adult care home in 1999 in Puerto Rico. So she's been inside this under the charge of the state for decades at this point.
Yeah. And I mean, if it is something like schizophrenia, that is a degenerative disease too of the brain, just like Alzheimer's dementia is.
Well, like I said, she disappeared in 92. They declared her dead after several years of looking in Pittsburgh. In 99, she was taken into the care of the state in Puerto Rico in 1999.
So what? She disappeared in 1992, right?
Yes, from Pittsburgh.
And she was officially taken in
as a Jane Doe,
as a ward of the state,
as a Jane Doe in Puerto Rico
in 1999.
Yes,
because I think across the U.S. federally, you do have to wait 7 years before you can declare a missing person legally dead.
Yeah,
so that would track.
Yeah,
like
I said,
they waited the 7 years and
she was a Jane Doe with no ID or nothing.
Yeah, so they had no way to contact the family and let them know that she is alive. She's down here.
Yes, and let's see. This is the Ross Township in Puerto Rico, because they're not exactly made up like counties and stuff like we are. So this is Ross Township. She had kept her identity vague or secret, I guess. She kept her whole Pittsburgh identity secret. I wonder how much the mental illness played part in that, or if she was just keeping up the ruse. I don't know.
I mean, if there was a mental illness there, like untreated, is only going to get worse.
Right. So here's the thing. She was going by the Sparrow, and it was a nickname given to her in Puerto Rico because of her frail frame. She was real small, real petite.
Right.
So that's what they was calling her, the Sparrow, like the bird.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's how they knew her. So here's where the dementia comes into play. While in the nursing home or the adult care facility in Puerto Rico, her dementia was taking hold, and she was slowly revealing information about herself.
Okay.
Through her,
probably without even realizing it.
Yeah, just through conversations with the staff and people. And she had made friends of sorts in Puerto Rico. So they said that her friends and family and the staff in Puerto Rico in that Ross Township began picking up clues and putting two and two together.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff, right?
And I mean that is actually common with like dementia patients. I remember Daddy like getting towards the end and everything. Sometimes would either randomly call like me or Kyle names from his past or something, or he would kind of think that he is still back in that time period, and he would talk about like things that he had done
Mm-hmm.
and everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's just what happens. Like your brain doesn't really recognize when you're present.
Yeah.
And you know what time it is, what day it is, what year it is, or anything. It actually makes you think that you are back in whatever memory you're reliving at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she said that. Well, it says here that she got to talk about being a preacher in Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And then they started, as more things come out, they started piecing more and more together.
Well, that was probably believable if she was doing the same thing down there in Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Like she was doing the street preaching and everything. So when they were like, "Oh, okay," you know, she mentioned doing this in Pittsburgh too. So they started checking.
Well, she started through her dementia, started mentioning names, her own name, but again, not enough to actually identify her with.
Right.
But
yeah, it comes in like bits and pieces.
The clues were there, right?
It's like a giant puzzle that they give you when they're in this condition and everything, and you just kind of have to like the little bits that they give you is just a little piece.
And it actually says here that you said puzzle. It says the people who were with her finally started connecting the pieces.
Yeah,
and
I mean that's what you have to do.
They contacted the police, the police there in that township, right? And then they connected with Pittsburgh Police Department about a cold case on this woman's name. So of course they look it up, and there you are. It says the exact quote said, "As she talked and as she asked and spoke more, she leaked enough details about her identity that they were able to connect enough dots and contact us." This is the policeman in Pittsburgh now.
Okay.
Talking to detective.
Yeah, I mean, this was still like early to mid to late 90s and everything. So, yes, we did have DNA technology, and her family probably did have some stuff like hairbrush or toothbrush, you know, maybe something like that, that had something that they could test.
Yep.
So that's how they were able to connect the DNA.
Exactly. So, 2023, a social worker at the home where they were, where she was living in Puerto Rico, alerted authorities back in Pittsburgh that the now 83-year-old woman in their care matched this description and everything, and they sent DNA to them. They tested it with known DNA for this woman, and I'm assuming, like you said,
yeah,
and it was a match, perfect match. So that's who she is. And so they call Bob Copta and the surviving sister, Gloria Smith, asking information about Copta's life, Patricia's life. They
trying
were
to see if it matched up to what she
and of
had
course
said.
they started filling in those puzzle pieces, and it all matched perfectly. Then when the DNA finally come through, they were like, okay, this is absolutely it. Gloria Smith, the sister, her quote was just, absolute shock. I didn't believe it. I was in total shock.
Yeah, I mean, after that long, with no evidence of whatsoever that this person is alive, like you, in order to move on, you kind of have to convince yourself, okay, they're just gone. You know, it's awful, but you can go through that grieving process and you can move on with your life.
Right. But they said that back in Pittsburgh, before she left, talking about being a roadside preacher, she was usually when the ball games was happening, she would stay outside ball games. She would
where the big
warn
crowds would be.
people about the end of the times, that kind of deal.
I say usually with street preachers, it's always like gloom and doom.
Yeah.
So.
And the family, Bob, the husband, and the sister said that they knew that she was suffering from mental health issues and it was getting worse, and they were going to have her institutionalized before she disappeared. I don't know if that played a part into it, or just the timing.
I was about to say maybe
worked out.
Maybe it was coincidental, or maybe she knew that they wanted to put her in a place that could handle her situation, and she didn't want to be there.
Right.
So she fled.
Well, she, like I said, before she began doing the preaching, and you can see the decline from this woman here. she was a straight A student who became a model and dance instructor. After graduating high school, she worked in finance at a local business there in Pittsburgh. She had ballroom dancing events every week. She and her friends would take vacations together. Her and her husbands would take vacations together, and that she had vacationed in Puerto Rico with her friends before she had gotten married to Bob.
Okay.
So she had
A connection to Puerto Rico.
a connection to Puerto Rico. So when she left for a warmer climate, that's where she went back to Puerto Rico.
Somewhere she was kind of somewhat familiar with.
Yep.
But
And
yeah, I mean, usually stuff like that, it's not shocking to see, like, what you would consider a normal straight laced kid and everything, does well in school, has no issues. Mental illness has a tendency to set in your late teens through your 20s.
She said right before she had, shortly before she began her preaching and going on, she was complaining heavily of migraines and stuff, and she quits her job, right?
Yeah.
That's when the family noticed a severe change in her as far as her attitude and her mental stability. And she had went to the hospital with her migraines and spent a little bit of time just in a regular hospital, And she claimed that she had seen an angel there, and the angel spoke to her. That's why she started preaching.
See, again, it's seeming very strongly to me to be some kind of schizophrenic type illness.
Shortly after, Copta began preaching and was briefly institutionalized with the migraines, trying to find a diagnosis.
So they would test for like brain tumors and stuff, especially if she's having hallucinations with it.
Doctors diagnosed her with delusions of grandeur and said that she had signs of schizophrenia, but did not give her a formal diagnosis of schizophrenia.
But I mean, that seems very, very strongly to me. I mean, I've said it from the beginning when you said street preacher. I was like, probably schizophrenia then.
So upon her release from that hospital, she went back but never took up a normal job again. That's when her street preaching and warnings became more and more frequent.
Yeah, more pronounced.
To the point it became a daily routine.
Yeah.
And then she disappeared in 1992. It was assumed that foul play was involved, her being on the street like that.
Yeah.
Right? Bob Copta said he told AP Associated Press, his quotes is, "I came home one night and she was gone. She wasn't there. She was just gone." At that point, they had been married 20 years when she disappeared.
I mean, can you imagine? We're going up on 10 years, but if put yourself in that man's situation, like, that's got to be heartbreaking too, because, I mean, he obviously cared.
Right.
But then, like, you see your wife's decline and everything, and then one day she's just gone. Like, that has to be terrifying in a way.
So you had mentioned 7 years earlier about the death certificate. This is where it's interesting. Remember, she disappears in 92. She gets Jane Doe'd into the healthcare system as a ward of the state in Puerto Rico.
In 1999.
The disappearance stumped the authorities and the family both. Police went as far as consulting a psychic at the time, trying to find her with no help at all, no leads at all on that. Bob Copta recalled his wife talking about going to Puerto Rico with her girlfriends before they got married, and that she loved it for its balmy weather, quote unquote, right? So he, along with the authorities, published ads in the Puerto Rican newspapers at the time trying to find her. But
That's smart.
But they never got any kind of response from Puerto Rico. Nobody ever responded to the ads.
But I mean, you got to think certain areas of Puerto Rico are probably kind of overrun with people like that. I mean, so they didn't have time to like kind of sift through all of them.
Yeah, Bob, another thing he says is I went through a lot. Every time they'd find a body somewhere, I'd wonder, is it going to be Patricia? So, I mean, he was obviously
distraught. I mean,
he was looking, right?
That's awful.
Right. It says that years went by, obviously, to no sign of her, no response from Puerto Rico. and he obtained a death declaration 7 years after her disappearance. So again,
Like I said, I think that's like the general rule across all 50 states. You have to
Mhm.
wait 7 years to declare a missing person legally dead.
But I thought the time frame was unique because it's 7 years after her disappearance that she gets taken in as a ward.
Mm-hmm.
So all that happened at the same time. Now, when Patricia was taken in as a ward, they was asking her questions. How did where is she from and all that? She says that she arrived in Puerto Rico via a cruise ship from Europe. Is what she had told them.
I say I sincerely doubt this woman got all the way to Europe and then took a cruise ship to Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Like,
Again,
I mean,
that's just a sign that her mental
Yeah.
stability was gone. So
I mean, she clearly was suffering hallucinations and delusions and all this
Mhm.
kind of stuff. So yeah.
But she had spent time wandering the islands and the north towns. I'm not even going to try to announce them. But anyway, southwest of the capital of San Juan is where she was basically located at, if you know anything about Puerto Rico looks like. But anyhow, Bob Copta never remarried. He did move on with his life, but he did not take on a new wife or anything. In his mind, he said goodbye to her, and she's gone from his life, right? The social worker from Puerto Rico contacted the police in Pittsburgh. It took almost a year for DNA samples to confirm that the woman was indeed Patricia Copta. I guess, time frame. It takes a long time for that stuff to work. Bob, the husband, said his quote is, "It's a sad thing, but it's a relief off my mind and my heart. When your wife goes missing, you're a suspect." Which,
yeah, obviously.
all that. He said that he's very glad to know that through all this time that she was taken care of and that she's being taken care of now. But at his age, he doesn't plan to visit, and he's just going to be content with trying to forget the past and living out the rest of his days. Again, he's almost 90 at this point. So
I mean, I can't blame him at all.
Mm-mm.
I mean, I just can't. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for her too, obviously, but him having his wits about him and everything and understanding all of this is happening, that's ultimately worse to me.
Right. One of the things he said is that he has to make peace with this because he made peace with it before. She could have come home at any time, and she always wanted to go to a warmer climate. I'm glad that she's there, and I'm glad that she's been taken care of.
Yeah.
Now, the sister wants to go to the islands and visit. She says that she's been unable to speak to her Patricia over the phone because she can't hold a conversation at this point because she's so far gone with the dementia. Patricia had a twin sister who had died years and years ago, who never knew that, of course, never knew the whereabouts of Patricia. So there is another sister out there.
Or was.
Yeah. So, what's her name? Smith, the sister that's alive now. Gloria, yeah. Her quote is, "Whether she knows me or not, I still want to see her and give her a hug and tell her that I love her. I thought all these years that she had probably had already died and I had missed that chance." So I think she wants to do that for her own closure.
I say that's definitely a closure thing, like getting that time to say goodbye and yeah, I mean it's absolutely a closure thing, and I understand it. I get it.
Yeah,
I'd probably want the same thing.
Well, like I said, and this one is a little different because it's a mental illness issue. That's why the disappearance happened. Fear of being institutionalized and not being able to get back out.
Say she was probably running, but for an entirely different reason than the other cases we've talked about.
And there wasn't any children involved in this one, which is a little different too.
Yeah. So small relief there.
Right. So, do you want to add anything on that one before we move to Kimberly?
No, I think, again, leaving it off with Gloria saying, she still wants to get that closure and everything. I think that's a good stopping point for that one.
Okay. So now this one is a little different. Again, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She disappeared. Okay, she was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, October 16th, 1968. She disappeared late October 1986 from Pennsylvania as well. And this lady, she passed away December 24th, 2010 in Longview, Texas. Pretty sad ending on her. All right. So Kimberly Maria McLean, an American identity thief.
Okay.
So this one takes the legality out of it. I mean, it's
Yeah,
obviously
that's
some
clear crime.
Mm-hmm. Right. Who was later found out, who she was and exposed, and she died by suicide in the driveway of her former in-laws' home in Longview, Texas, on December 24th, 2010.
Does it say why she went back to their house?
Well, former in-laws meaning they're former now. It was her in-laws' house, current in-laws at the time of death.
Okay.
So when it talks about ex-husband, they were not ex-husband. They were together at the moment of death, that kind of thing.
Okay, so not an ex-husband, but
former now.
Yeah.
Is how I should say.
Just that was his now late wife.
So she died of suicide in the driveway of her in-laws' home in December 2010. Basically how it should say. Now, the woman who shot herself is Lori Erica Kennedy Ruff.
Okay.
That's the identity she took.
Okay. So that was the name she was living under at the time of her death.
So Lori Erica Kennedy Ruff committed suicide in the driveway of her in-laws' home in Longview, Texas on December 24th, 2010.
So she shot herself?
Yes.
That's pretty rare for women.
Mm-hmm.
Like, women typically want cleaner ways to go.
Right.
That's just an interesting note or thought that I have.
I wonder too. It's Texas. Maybe it was easy.
But I say, if you're dead serious, pun intended, about doing this, like, a gun's probably the best way to go. Or a high building. Because, you can't unjump or unpull a trigger. With pills or, even sharp objects, there is a chance for you to be saved from that.
Yeah.
But those two, jumping or by gun, those are the two most lethal ways to do it.
So we're going to refer to her as Ruff throughout this part until we get to the explanation, right? So she was born to James and Deanne McLean. She grew up in the suburbs in Pennsylvania. Her parents divorced, and the mother took her and her sister away and got remarried to a guy named Robert Becker, and moved the family to Winecote, which is Winecote, which is another place in Pennsylvania. She had a very difficult time adjusting to new environment and did not get along with her mother or stepfather at all. And in the fall of 1986, just after reaching her 18th birthday, she moved away without a word to the nearby town of King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, and she completely cut off contact with her family, all sides.
Okay.
So she split, cut all ties, and was gone as soon as she turned 18.
Just left.
Now, this was as McLean, right?
Yeah.
So here's where the legal troubles begin. In 1988, she obtained the birth certificate of a girl named Becky Sue Turner, a 2-year-old girl who had died along with two of her siblings in a house fire in Washington. So she somehow gets hold of these documents, right? She requested a birth certificate.
So what year are we talking about here?
71.
Okay, yeah, this is before they digitized any records, so she probably just went to the courthouse.
The kids died in 71. This was in 1988 when she was.
Yeah, still
before.
Really no digitized records. So yeah, she probably just went to the courthouse and snuck it out somehow and altered it. And there were a ton of ways to do that back then.
Right. So, the birth state of these kids who had died is California, Bakersfield, California. So McLean knew that the kids had died in outside of the state that they were born in, so it would be cross-referenced over a couple of different states, right? And when she finally got a hold of the birth certificates, she then traveled to Idaho, where she used the documents to obtain a state ID card under the Becky Sue Turner name in Idaho, and got a state ID card back in 1988. So she posed as Becky Sue Turner. She moves to Dallas. This is July 5th of 88. And under that name, Becky Sue Turner, with all the correct paperwork, birth certificate, state ID, and all that, then she legally changes her names to Lori Erica Kennedy while in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
Again, 88. So this is before computers connected everything.
I say it was
right?
a lot easier to pull this off back then.
Yep. After getting the new name change, she got a new Social Security number with the new name. So now she has a whole new Social Security number, right? And basically, new ID, new birth certificate, or false ID, false birth certificate, changed her name legally off based on them, got a new legitimate Social Security number on the new name. Her old identity at this point is erased.
Right.
It's very easy now. So using her new Social Security number, she gets a Texas driver's license in 1989, gets her GED the following year.
I know it's identity theft, but at least now that you've got like a Texas driver's license, you've got the high school equivalency, basically diploma.
Mm-hmm.
Like now you are legitimizing this identity because these documents are quote unquote legit.
Yep.
So
she's doing it right. She's smart with it, right? So in 97, she actually graduates from the University of Texas at Arlington with a degree in business administration as Lori Erica Kennedy. She has recorded residing in California, Idaho, Las Vegas, and now Texas as Lori Erica Kennedy. She gets married in 2003 to John Blakely Ruff, a son of a prominent family from East Texas. They found each other in a Bible study class. They described her as being incredibly secretive, particularly regarding her past. She didn't want to talk about anything, citing that it was traumatic, and she just didn't want to talk about it. Right?
Smart.
Oh, yeah.
Because that would either require the truth, or then she's got to keep up with these lies that she's told other people, and that could trip her up. So that's pretty smart.
So Blake's mother never really bought into it. Didn't like the couple being together and all that.
Mama's instincts are usually right.
Exactly right. So after putting pressure on the two, they decided to elope, and they got married. The only people there was the only person in attendance on their wedding was the officiating preacher and one legal witness. That was it. They moved to Leonard, Texas after that. They tried several times having children. She had multiple miscarriages, adding to the turmoil between the two of them. And she eventually gave birth to a baby girl via in vitro fertilization.
IVF, yeah.
Yeah, IVF in 2008. Because of her history with the divorces and all this kind of stuff, she is extremely protective of the daughter. After all the miscarriages, you understand. I mean, she was very, very protective of them, right?
I say you go through all that, and you finally have this child and everything. You do whatever you can to protect them, you know. Like to the point of probably becoming like the world's worst helicopter mom, you know.
Right. It says as time went on, the arguments became worse and worse. The rift between her and the Ruff family was getting worse and worse and worse, right? Super protective about the child, eventually to the point that she would not let the Ruff in-laws have any contact with her daughter whatsoever. As a result, finally, Blake had filed for divorce. They had separated, he had separated and moved back into his family's home there in Longview, Texas, and filed for divorce, leaving Lori with the daughter in Leonard, Texas. Okay, so they wasn't divorced or anything yet. But they was going through the process.
They were separated, and
Mm-hmm.
all of the legal steps were in motion.
Yeah, this is leading up to the suicide here, because you asked earlier why she had done it. So basically,
But he was staying at his parents' house, so the in-laws. That's where she went to die.
yes. In the months between the separation and Lori's suicide, Lori became even more erratic. A neighbor reported that she and her daughter appeared to be undernourished, sometimes dressed in the same clothes for days on end.
Yeah.
Just in shambles all the time, basically, right?
And how old was the daughter by this point?
I don't
Do we
have
know?
that yet, no.
I mean, still obviously fairly young, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, she had begun harassing the Ruffs and the whole family, basically blaming them for the separation.
Okay.
You know, that they were the ones causing the stress between her and her husband and all this kind of stuff. She went over to the house one time, and they realized that a set of keys to the house was missing at that point. So they had to have changed all the locks.
Yeah.
And all this stuff going.
I say, with everything else going on, you have to take that step. I mean,
yeah, exactly. And the Ruffs, not the husband, but the Ruff family, had a cease and desist and a restraining order put out against Lori.
Her, yeah. Which, I mean, if he's staying with his parents and everything, that means that she can't go near him as long as he's in their house. Because I assume the cease and desist or the restraining order was you can't come within a certain number of feet or whatever between them or any of their property.
Right. So on December 24th, which is Christmas Eve, 2010, the daughter was with the husband at the Ruff home.
Okay.
Okay. So Lori drives over to the house in the middle of the night, or at some point during the night, and she uses the gun, self-inflicted gunshot.
Did she? I wonder if she tried to make contact with either the husband or the child, or if she just drove up and parked and did it.
Right. So, Lori, her body was discovered in her car, in the Ruff family driveway, dead from the self-inflicted gunshot wound. In the car were 2 suicide notes. One 11-page note addressed to, quote, "my wonderful husband," and another was addressed to her daughter that said to be opened on her 18th birthday. Of course, the family opened both letters.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, I would open it.
Yeah. And they said that the one to the daughter was just, quote, "ramblings from a clearly disturbed person," but still no details at all about Lori's past. So she still, even in suicide notes, didn't let them know.
Even in her last moments of just utter despair, she still had the wherewithal, not to reveal anything like that.
Mm-hmm. So after the funeral, after all that was said and done and all that's happened, the Ruff family drove to the house to get some of the daughter's things, that kind of stuff, kind of wrapping up that empty home.
Yeah.
I don't know if the dad, Blake, moves back in or they sell it. It doesn't talk about it.
Yeah.
But they go back to the house to get stuff, right? When they was going through some of the stuff, they found a lockbox in the closet, which was locked. They had no key. They couldn't find any way to getting it open or nothing. But I finally cut into it with a screwdriver and things like that, broke the lock off. Inside the box was several random scribblings, another suicide note, looked like a rough draft of it, that kind of stuff. But they found documentation from her past in that lockbox.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah. The papers in the lockbox was the birth certificate of Becky Sue Turner. The judge ruling granting a name change from that name to Lori Erica Kennedy. So from that, they let's see, what else was but a bunch of other incoherent stuff that they really couldn't make heads and tails from, right?
I would say the identity theft then, it wasn't what she was running from. That's what she did probably in her mind. That was her way of surviving.
Right.
And like getting away from, her original family, and that way they couldn't track her down and find her again.
Mm-hmm. They found other scribblings and notations from a North Hollywood police, 402 months, and Ben Perkins is what it was wrote down on. And it leads to them following the case to believe that Ruff was trying to avoid prison time due to the references to police and possible jail term length just from Ben Perkins, who was also a Los Angeles attorney, right, at the time. And just trying to tack all that together from what they could figure out from her notes is that she was already building up another possible identity
Yeah.
that she didn't follow through on. But after finding the Becky Sue Turner birth certificate, they found the family, verified that that is the little girl who had died in the fire. So they backtracked from there. That's how they found the request for that birth certificate,
Right.
and they started tying everything together in the investigation, figuring out, okay, that's exactly what was happening. That's how she was found out who she really was. And then again, just once they found out that birth certificate, they started backtracking, and they found out her name is born Kimberly Maria McLean. Is how they basically from that suicide and the lockbox, and they backtracked it all the way back to the beginning there.
I say, has she not devolved and everything and done all this, she probably could have gotten away with it for her entire life.
Yeah. Like I said, she was only 42 when she committed the suicide.
Which again,
young,
I mean, she was absolutely set on not surviving the attempt, and I think that's why she used a gun, because women don't typically go for that method.
Well, part of the investigation is assumed that she may have went there to get her daughter back via force.
Okay.
And but ultimately maybe she changed her mind with the suicide, because there was suicide notes there.
But I mean, that to me is the clearest sign of intent.
Yeah.
But I wonder if she was trying to get her daughter back, if she had originally planned to take her daughter with her.
Yeah, that could be. But again, that's just speculation on all that stuff.
Because, I mean, that would track for, like, when we eventually get to the Women Who Kill series, which is at least going to consist of 3 parts that I know of, the 3 main ones. That's more typically women, is they'll take out, like, their own family and then themselves.
Right.
I mean, that's really, really common when they decide to go that far with it.
Yeah, I also wonder, like I said, I think there may have been definitely some trauma involved from the divorce and all that from her childhood.
Yeah.
And then how hard she had to go through to have that baby too.
Yeah.
And then she's seeing her family falling apart again, being taken away from her, kind of pushed her on over the edge, I guess.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, that is a very common trauma response.
Yeah.
So, which, I mean, very sad ending to that, but maybe had she been open about her past and everything, she probably could have got a lot of help.
Yeah. Again, I don't know what the catalyst to making her choose to work that hard to change for the identity theft part,
But even the identity theft, like usually when, like what the crime part of that comes in is because you're attempting to get benefits and everything, like financial mostly. And she didn't. She just basically created a new life under this name.
Yeah, exactly.
Like she obviously she couldn't get any kind of like life insurance policy or anything on this child or anything from the family. Like there were no benefits whatsoever to this. Just the identity was what she wanted. Just the name.
Yeah.
So I imagine, like, even then, had she just come clean about all this to get help, I think that, like, her sentencing could have been very, very lenient because of that.
Yeah, it's wonder. Again, I'd love to see the mindset, which unfortunately we'll never know as to what led her down that. But it seems like maybe it was her reluctance to talk about her past and all that. I'm sure there's some trauma there, but I wonder if she felt caught too. Like, okay,
Trapped.
yeah, I can't now because she knows what she did was illegal.
Mm-hmm.
She can't just.
She felt
She's
like there
so
was no other way out.
yeah, she's so deep in now, she
Yeah.
can't get out of it. You know.
Which, I mean, I absolutely hate that because there's a lot of suicides that ultimately boil down to that. They feel trapped in whatever aspect of their lives and they feel like there's no other way out of it other than death.
Right.
Which, obviously, for anybody listening, if you're struggling with something like that, just reach out. Like, my DMs are open all the time, too. Like, if you're ever struggling with something like, that is not the only way out. Like,
yeah, there's a whole hotline out there.
Yeah, and I mean, there are all kinds of resources, no matter what jam you think you're in. There's always going to be some other way out of it. So just try to understand that that is not your only option.
Mm-hmm. Well, like I said, this one, since we like to do the psychology perspectives on it, you kind of have fight or flight responses would kind of be the first Andreas.
I say those would be the two abuse cases that we talked about,
Yeah.
for sure. And I mean, again, I absolutely understand that. I went through the same thing with my first marriage and everything. And again, if I did not take flight, essentially, I probably would have ended up on the news. Like,
Yeah.
you could be talking about, like, my case at this point.
Yeah, that would be like Audria's and Lucianne Johnson's case there, because
Yeah.
they both talked about
That was
abuse in the
100% like a
beginning.
survival instinct.
Right. And then perhaps under Patricia's, obviously, is mental illness.
Yeah,
driving
again,
her
lots
away.
of signs of schizophrenia are very evident with that case from what
Mhm.
you were reading.
And we can see some of that now in just the homeless in whatever city you're from. You know, you'll run into that.
And I mean, that is one of the bad things I think that Reagan decided was, I mean, I understand that there were like massive abuses that were going on in these mental facilities back then.
Mm-hmm.
But now, like, we can reopen places like that and everything with that hindsight.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, hang on, I'm getting him back. I don't know what happened.
Point did it drop out?
I don't know because I was working on something else.
Well, we was talking about how on our end it only looked like a few seconds. So
I was gonna say it wasn't that long. It was like
Yeah,
maybe
I had
4
mentioned
seconds.
Reagan closing down the mental facilities and just, we can vet employees now much, much better than before. So we can actually, like, reopen mental facilities and mental hospitals and everything without the massive abuses that were happening in the past. And, like, a lot of these people were released on the street with nowhere to go.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Like, they had no home. They had no support system. They just like, booted them out the door. Like, good luck.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of where we was talking about Patricia Copta's, the one who had mental illness.
Yeah.
Disappearing in 92. There wasn't much. I mean, that wasn't long after Reagan shutting everything down. So,
and it was still, like, mental health and everything was still very stigmatized back then.
For sure it was. And then in the case of Kimberly Marie McLean, which is, we just talked about, her living under a new identity for decades like she did, that she stole and it completely created, went to a lot of trouble to do so. That kind of suggests a deep psychological need to disconnect from her past.
Yeah, and like I said, she obviously was running from something. I wish we had more of her background, like, before she turned 18. I wish we had a lot more of that because that would answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, and then, like, her refusal to ever talk about her past and all that That could be just her
covering her tracks and
It
not
could
wanting
be.
not wanting to have a lot of stories out there that she had to keep track
Yeah,
of.
but it could be that. But from her point of view, it may be her just trying to block it out, and not trying to
Oh yeah,
relive that
it could be another
trauma too.
survival instinct.
Right. It could also be out of just being a fear of being discovered, like you're talking
Yeah.
about too. So,
But again, repressing, if it is like a trauma based response, like repressing that trauma and not ever dealing with it, as we see, does not lead to good outcomes.
yeah, for real, for sure. But looking from their perspectives now, the earlier ones we talked about children being left behind, which in the first case, in the first one we talked about, and even in Lucy Ann Johnson's case a little bit, but um, walking away from your kids, leaving them behind,
But I say that's me as a mother, like that's just something that I can't wrap my brain around.
Both of them talking about abuse, maybe they felt it would be safer for the kids if they got out of the way. Maybe the abuse was only pointed toward them, not necessarily the kids. Maybe they thought
But
by
I say,
them leaving would de-escalate things.
maybe. I mean, either that or at least the second case, you said that she had already tried once to leave with the children.
Yeah, and he would not allow it.
Yeah, so she probably thought that the only way to escape this situation, she had to leave them behind.
Yeah, that could be a threat to the children if
she left.
if she didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to tell, and again, it's
But I
hard to
say
put ourselves in their shoes.
we're on the outside looking in here, so there's a lot of information that we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't make any kind of judgment call here.
And especially in the 60s, for the first two cases, 61 and 62, women, they had very few legal protections or a social support system.
Even then, like back during those days, it was more like they turn a blind eye. Like neighbors and family members would know about abuse, but they're like, yeah, "It's not my marriage. Like it's not my place.
Yeah,
it's not my business.
You didn't get involved with it.
Well, it's not my house. What goes on in their house is between them.
Mm-hmm. And divorce was
very taboo.
Yeah, it was very stigmatized, horrible.
Like if you were a divorced woman, like even job opportunities would be very limited for you because nobody would want to hire you.
Right.
It's nowhere near as accepted as it is today.
And like you said, people, the neighbors, even the police to a point, looked at domestic violence as more of a private matter.
Right.
They didn't really get involved that much because that wasn't their place. And shelters, we talked about, and that, they had mental health facilities, but women's shelters, places like that.
The battered women's shelters that exist everywhere today, which I mean to me is amazing because we've obviously come so far. But yeah, back then it was just, even if I think there were like a handful here and there and everything, but those women, if they knew that you were staying at a place like that, you were ostracized.
Yeah, I mean, they was extremely rare to have a shelter for women.
And I mean, even just the way and I hate it so much because the women are the victims here, but they're the ones treated like they did something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I feel very, very strongly about this, and for good reason.
Yeah.
But,
well, again, it's hard to, from 2025 eyes, to look at 1960.
But I say we can't apply like necessarily our morals from today to the past because things were different. They were seen differently, and
even the legal system looked at it differently back then. So
I mean, it's like us saying, if we lived, back during slave times or even back during the civil rights movements, we can easily look back with hindsight and say, we would have been right there sitting at the lunch counters with them and, protesting in the streets with them because we absolutely recognize these are people that deserve legal protections. But you don't know how you would actually react in that situation because the day and age was different. People were raised differently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can say it in hindsight, but in practice, like, would you actually think any differently?
Right. And at the time, in their shoes, what would you do?
And again, that's an easy question to answer in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we all do the right thing in hindsight.
Exactly. But to justify them disappearing and walking away, you have to take all that in consideration. Because even then, like you mentioned earlier, the 20-year-old is a kept woman, a stay-at-home wife. She had no.
And what if they left their children behind because they figured that because of the way all this was viewed and everything, that they would not be able to even feed or keep a roof over their children's heads?
Yeah, like they had no economic or really much of a legal way out
I
if
said
they
there
did
was
leave.
no support system that they were fleeing into.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they left their children behind because in their minds they were like, at least they're going to be fed, at least they're going to have clothes, at least they're going to have a safe place to sleep.
Right.
So I mean, if you think about it that way, like even me as a mother, it makes it way more understandable.
Yeah, because at least they have a roof over their heads. The
They have
husband
food.
the husband hadn't been abusing them. It was only her. That kind of
Or I mean,
thing.
even if it was abusing them, again, they still have more than she was able to provide for them.
Because like I said, walking out on their own is a lot different than walking out with a little kid.
Which I mean, I did, but I had an excellent support system coming back home from Louisiana.
Yeah, but you can't
But
compare.
I mean, these women probably did not have that then.
Yeah, but you can't compare the '60s
No.
to now.
Yeah, I mean, this was like closer to 2010, 2011 when I came back home.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, very, very different day and age.
Right.
But even if they had the support system, like even if these women could have taken the children and gone to like her parents' house.
Yeah.
Even the parents probably back then would have tried to encourage her to go back to her husband. Because again, divorce was very taboo. It was just something you didn't do, you didn't talk about, and it brought shame on the family if you did it.
Yep.
So they probably it probably wouldn't have been much in the way of the emotional support that these women needed at that moment.
Well, like I said, it's when you try to look at it from all their perspectives, from Audrey's case to Lucianne's case to Patricia's situation to Kimberly McLean's case, two of them are similar.
Mm-hmm.
The other are kind of examples from the extremes, from the two different extremes, and I wanted to do that on purpose. Because everything's nuanced in these things.
It's not just straight black and white in these kind of cases.
And y'all know, those of y'all that do know me personally know that I am a very black and white person.
Oh, I mean, I am too.
I don't like the gray, but in these situations, the truth of it is the gray.
Ignored.
Exactly, it is there. There's some things.
It's not just a cut and dried. Oh, this is wrong or this is right.
Now, there's some things in this life that are black and white. Period, and you'll never change me from that.
Right.
But in these situations, there is a gray that has to be talked about, has to be accepted and put out there. And I think all three of these.
Well, you don't have to accept it, but I think that you should understand it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Acceptance in understanding. Like, you have to accept that it is a gray area.
I may not accept what you did, but I understand why you did it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to accept that there is a gray area.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about.
And it helps to actually have that mentality because, especially now, like, knock on wood, like, God forbid our daughter ever end up in a situation that I was in.
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't think she will, because that old cliche is true that, like, women marry a man like their fathers and men marry women like their mothers. Like, at the time, like, everybody knows, like, me and my dad did not have a great relationship for a long time. And so I married a man who was very similar to him and how he was when I was younger. So I hope that now, like, with our daughter, with the tiny tyrant and everything, now that she's, for a long, long time now, for almost 12 years of her life now, has had a good father figure and role model and everything for marriage, that she won't ever end up in a situation like I was in.
Mm-hmm.
But having that ability to understand nuance and everything means that, God forbid, she ever finds herself in that kind of situation, she can always come to us. Yeah. We will do our level best to understand what is going on and help her through it.
Yeah.
And that's what, I mean, every parent should be like that. I think so in a perfect world, but I mean, we don't live in a perfect world, so.
Right. And they didn't either. These people we
Yeah.
talked about tonight. So,
They did the best they could with a horrible situation, I think.
so what I want to try to do is separate the judgment from the compassion. Right?
Mhm.
You got to have both on here, and just think about it think less about it being a moral failure from these people, and it be more of a collection of trauma that they experienced, the times, the historical injustice, if you will, that women faced back in the 60s, especially,
Right.
even in the 90s, that the other two, the 80s and 90s, there was a lot of stigma
Yeah.
that they was going against them. And then again, just that personal fight or flight, that personal survival that each person has, you
Yeah,
know?
because like I said, we could have done cases of the battered women actually retaliating in violence
Mhm.
and killing the abuser.
But yeah, each set of circumstances adds a layer to this, and that you kind of begin to help us understand how someone might make those choices that seem very extreme on the surface, you know.
Yeah, I mean, while I can't fathom any reason that would make me leave my child behind in an abusive situation. I personally can't fathom it. I also understand that not every situation was like mine.
Mm-hmm.
Every single situation is different, so that's why it can't be black and white.
Right.
Because not every situation is either black or white.
Yeah, on our other shows, it's pretty simple.
Cut and dried.
It's
Yeah.
pretty easy to see the victim or the victim versus the
Perpetrator, the bad guy.
the bad
Yeah.
guy. Yeah, the villain versus the
Yeah.
victim, I guess. But and here, it's easy to pass judgment like, well, how dare she do that to her kids
Yeah.
or
How
whatever.
could she?
How could this person go to that, steal these identities and go to that much? But I mean, we don't know. We can't put ourselves in their shoes really without experiencing what they really experienced.
Yeah, especially that last one. Like I said, I wish we had more information about her childhood up until she was about 18, because I think that would answer a lot of my questions about her.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder. Obviously, to go into the darkest parts of it, is why she was so eager to escape that.
Yeah.
But we don't know. And again,
Right.
I don't want to pass no duck. That's why I didn't bring out the name of the stepfather and all that kind of stuff, because I don't want to
Right.
cast any
Aspersions
Yeah.
on him, and we don't know the entire situation.
Exactly. We can all make our educated guesses, but again, that's all they are.
I say this one, it sounds kind of funny to say it, but because it was a Mother's Day episode, like I wanted to keep it a little lighter. But I mean, we still had the one situation end up in a suicide, which is tragic.
Mm-hmm.
But I really could not bring myself to do like the Mothers Who Kill episode for Mother's Day, because
Yeah.
that's too dark even for me.
Exactly. Yeah, but like I said, we can't go one show without at least one death. So there you go. But again, like I said, we don't want to pass judgment on these women. They went through some stuff to put them where they
To make them make the decisions and choices that they made.
And even if it comes down to self-preservation, you know what? That's
But
honorable too, in a way. You know?
I did find the upside in, the most recent case of the first woman and everything being found alive, and she's apparently well and healthy.
Yes.
So, to me, no matter the fact that, like, she left her children, she had a reason for doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it's a reason I can't personally understand. I don't know why she chose to do that. I have no idea. But so many times these situations end up with a person being found, but it's another tragic situation. Like, they're not found alive.
Now, this is the one you're talking about, Audrey Backenberg, right?
Yeah, the most
Wisconsin
recent one.
woman, right? Again, if we get some more information, we'll bring it back out one day.
Yeah.
But she's alive and well, apparently. Location unknown
Yeah.
per her request,
Which
and
is
I think
reasonable.
that should be honored. I mean,
that's absolutely a reasonable
I would love
request
to see
on her part.
I would love to see the husband and the kids' point of view. Maybe that'll come later, and if it does, we'll mention it during one of our
I
other
hope
shows.
that she can maybe be reunited with those children, and maybe they find some forgiveness there if they haven't already.
Mm-hmm.
That's my hope. That's my prayer for this woman.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, it needs to be noted how amazing it is that after 62 years, a missing person case, turns up that this person is alive and well.
Right.
And like they're not in a bad situation that we know of. So I mean, to me, that's worth noting, and it is phenomenal for true crime.
Yeah, we'll probably do at some point later on some not missing person. I'm sorry, some cold cases and
Yeah,
some cases
absolutely.
like this. They get cold case that
They get solved
get
after so
solved.
many years.
Which I think is pretty cool. We always kind of try to mix in current events with our other stuff that we cover.
I say our other cases, and
Yeah.
most of the cases, like especially with the serial killers, most everybody, like y'all just hear us like discuss it because most all y'all know most of the details about those
Yeah.
because they're so highly publicized. But stuff like this doesn't get quite the press coverage, basically.
Yeah, you get and again, we just saw that. You get a little blip about it, and then this day and age, 8 seconds later, something new comes on the news, and it takes its place. So it's hard to keep up with it. But I'll keep an eye on it and see if I see anything else.
But say we'll make sure if there are any updates to her story that we can give them to y'all.
Well, this, like I said, this is Front Porch Forensics, and you can find us at FP_forensics on X. And if you would, you can go there, leave a message, leave a comment on some upcoming stories that y'all would like to see us cover.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm probably going to do a Happy Mother's Day post again from that account, so y'all can just leave comments under that, like what you would like to see next, or if you have a personal case that you might even want to like come and be a guest on and talk about.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of people who have these odd connections, I guess, to real life cases, and it's amazing to actually get that perspective from y'all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is pretty cool when we have somebody who has actually recognizes or has a personal connection with someone or something that's going on.
I say we had my friend Amy on once because her husband actually used to ride the bus with Jeffrey Dahmer to work, which I mean just blows my mind.
Yep. And y'all may have some insights that we're missing or that you don't agree with us. You can always disagree too. But if you've got a story you want us to cover, a particular serial killer, mass murder, whatever it is, please go FP_forensics and leave a comment. We'll gladly work it into rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. I love researching stuff like this.
But I am Bumpstock Ken on X. That's basically the only place I am. If you want to fill in everybody
Bumpstock
else.
Barbie. That's how it's always easy to remember us. It's Bumpstock Barbie and then Bumpstock Ken. No special characters or anything in that, just all one word. I'm also a writer for Twitchy, and I've got my author link in my bio there on X. I'm trying to think. Like we're with KLRN radio and everything.
Yep.
This is so far our only show that we do. So, and that's I think now weekly from 7 to 9 Central Time.
Yep. KLRN radio on X .com on the interwebs. There is a plethora of other shows
there's
there.
So many. Like there's something for everybody.
Absolutely.
Literally.
And we got a great commander in chief here with us, Rick, Rowdy Rick. He's mentioned a few times here. And I think that if you want to listen to us live or even follow us on some replays, you can check out the Spreaker app, which is a free app. That's the one I use. It's a completely free download. It's easy to set up and understand. I can do it. And it's got a good playback. It's a good app. But you can also find us on other Spotify, wherever else you get your
any
podcasts.
Other platform that hosts a podcast. But I actually think, Rick, don't we have just Juxtaposition now coming up just immediately afterwards?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, y'all make sure stay logged in and everything because Rick and Wardy and everything are always a blast to hang out with.
Yeah, they sound professional compared to us. They're really good.
Y'all are selling yourself short again. By the way, say hi to the over 800 people hanging out with you right now.
Oh, wow.
Who else we got?
Oh, she missed that, Rick. You want to tell her again?
Yeah. Say hi to the over 800 people that are hanging out with you right now.
Oh, wow.
That's a big number for us.
I know.
So, Yes, all of you, please stay and hang out, listen to Rick and Orty.
Say for now, we stream live on my X page and my Facebook page.
Mhm.
But that's the only place I stream live from. But KLRN, their page carries it. I think Rick does it live on his page too.
Yep. So just hang out with them. I'm not sure what they got in store tonight, but I'm sure it's going to be a blast. They always have a good show.
We're doing a deep dive on the Patton assassination and a few others.
Ooh, okay.
Sweet.
Nice.
Sweet. All right, well, Mr. Rick, we're going to pass it on off to you guys, and we'll be...
And happy Mother's Day from Front Porch Forensics.
Absolutely.
Remember, breakfast in bed tomorrow, or some of you might...
Oh, yeah, and here's the one more thing. Until next time, don't do anything to make you be a subject of our next show.
Or to wind up on a shopping list. If you know, you know.
On the grocery list, that's right.
I like them at night. I like the girl talk vibes. They make me feel just fine. I listen to a lot of true crime.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Green man in the desert night, Bigfoot roaming out of sight. Government shadows, secrets deep, conspiracies unfold while we sleep. Strange encounters unexplained, truth is out that really shame. Men with knowledge, voices bold, unraveling history, stories untold.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be. You are listening to Juxtaposition, what is supposed to be our every 2-week foray into the weird, the unusual, the unexplainable. However, it has been a minute. We got one in the can last week. Now we're back to our regular schedule. I'm hoping this will be the last time we take a break for a while, but Mother Nature's been a whore lately. It's nader season where I live. And you may notice I'm a bit raspier than usual. And you may also hear a fan in the background occasionally. That's because I don't know, I'm having hot flashes or something. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, Amish is having some technical issues, so we're going to get him in here in a second. So just so everybody knows, I do want to do one thing real quick while we have almost 900 people hanging out with us. Don't forget, tomorrow, afternoonish, early eveningish, Corin's Reading Room, 7 p.m. Eastern, hosted by none other than Corin Nimick himself, will be live here on KLM Radio. That'll be our opening act for tomorrow because there is no Vincent Charles Project, I do not think. And then we'll go into the usual stuff with Jeff and then Alan Ray for our closing act for the evening. But I hope everybody comes back to join us for those. And I just realized I still never grabbed my phone, so I hope he's not trying to text me. My phone was dying, so I put it on my charger in my room and was like, wait a minute, I have a charger in here. I should have grabbed it, and I didn't. But yes, so we still have no Amish. There are no Amish here. I need an Amish signal. Like, white smoke for the Pope. We need to figure out something for when Amish's internet's working or whatever's going on. So I know. But anyway, so the plan tonight, assuming Amish is able to join us, and I'll give it a few more minutes before I start throwing my hands up in the air and start trying to do the show myself, I guess, is we're going to be talking an hour one once we are able to get it started. Yeah, I didn't think so. I know. I thought you were every other week. Wasn't 100% sure because sometimes it starts that way and then people are like, no, I'm comfortable enough now. I want to do every week. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But anyway, so yeah, just got confirmation from Vincent Charles himself. No VCP tomorrow. You down with PCP? Yeah, you know me. Oh, wait, no, I meant VCP. My bad. Sorry. Anyway, I'm kind of riffing here. I'm dying on stage. This is a co-hosted show. This is a co-hosted show, and I have no co-host. All right, so anyway, we're going to start off with General Patton's assassination, then we have a few others we'll be talking about. I think I'm just going to go ahead and get started, and hopefully Amish will join us here in a minute. So, without further ado, so this is Juxtaposition again, and for tonight, we're going to dig into some of history's murkiest mysteries. And for hour one, we're tearing into Patton's 1945 car crash. Was it an accident or a hit? Then Palames, I'm probably saying that wrong, 1986 murder, Sweden's unsolved riddle. So let's start with Patton. Let me set the stage for you here. So it's December 21st, 1945. General George S. Patton, the bulldog who crushed Nazi armies, dies in a Heidelberg hospital. Official story, a low-speed car crash on December 9 in Mannheim, Germany, paralyzed him, and he died of a pulmonary, good Lord, get paid to talk and can't do it, pulmonary edema, per the National World War II Museum. But Patton was a walking crisis. His diaries, raging against Soviets as Mongols, demanded war with Stalin, per Target Patton. You can find that book on Amazon. And I think we might have an Amish sighting. Hopefully this is working now. And we may come back to that in a minute as long as I can get him working. All right. So are you able? There you are. Yes. Yeah. I can hear you. I was starting to panic, dude. I was like,
yeah, no, sorry about that, everyone. For some reason, it said that I told it not to allow use of microphone, and trying to find where that setting is to reset it.
Yeah. All right. So anyway,
hey guys.
I kind of started diving in a little bit because I didn't know what was going on and when you were going to be able to rejoin us. So let's back up just for fun. Okay. So how are you? How are you other than not being able to make Restream work tonight?
You know what? I'm good. It's fucking hot today. I'm making ball soup. Other than that, it's I'm doing great. Boy, that's a lot of effing.
I have a fan on in my office because I'm trying to be cheap right now and refuse to turn on my air conditioner. So I feel your pain. It's not hot enough. It's not hot enough for my air conditioner yet, but it's hot enough for my man sweats to start, which are not cool. I hate them.
Right. Yeah. I've got the meat sweats. I had steak for dinner, so that's probably not
Yeah,
going
I had a couple of I had like 3 slider cheeseburgers, so I probably have a little bit of meat sweats going on too.
on. Goddamn meat sweats.
But anyway,
So
all
anyway,
right.
hi.
So yeah, I'm good. I'm alive. My allergies are kicking my ass. Remember how I was bragging the other day that all of the cottonwood is like 7 miles in the other direction?
Yeah,
Get,
well, the wind.
guess what the winds are bringing to my yard now? All the damn cottonwood.
All the cottonwood. Yeah.
You're outside by a fire still. I don't like you anymore, Al.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I do love summertime fires. Just not when the whole state's on fire.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't ever really do summertime fires anymore because they'd be like, we're gonna give you a ticket for that shit, bro.
Yeah. No, they just send you straight to Gitmo if you try to light a fire in the state. Anyway.
I mean, you can't.
I mean,
really,
unless you're trying to do it on purpose, like an arsonist or something, then they just don't charge
then they
you.
throw you a party. They're like, "Hey, congratulations, you did a good thing." Yeah, I don't know. It's all weird where you live. It's all like, but yeah, you can't really yell at you can't really boo VC about no VCP tomorrow because he does it every 2 weeks. So
I know.
kind of like we're supposed to, but then we wind up missing, and then we wind up doing 2 and 3 weeks in a row because we feel guilty.
Okay, so is this our actual on week?
Yes, this is our actual on week because you were off. Remember,
that's right,
on our on weeks, you don't do culture shift. So
yes, I just remembered that.
well,
Anyway. Oh, we're doing the Russian Hobbit one next. That's fantastic.
All right, so I already kind of set the stage for everybody, but we're still going to kind of go back that far anyway, just because now you're here. So
what'd you set us up for?
So remember, folks, it's December 21st, 1945. General George S. Patton, the bulldog who crushed the Nazi armies, dies in Heidelberg Hospital. Official story, a low-speed car crash. If you're wondering how low speed, think of O.J. Simpson. That was
he was doing the combined speed was 20 miles an hour.
So this happened on December 9th.
Remember your high school driver's ed.
Yeah.
That would be akin to a 40 mile an hour. Well, no, because if they both anyway, never mind.
No, math is tomorrow, sir.
Yeah, that math is tomorrow's show. We don't do math here.
Yeah, we don't do math on Just Decision, sir. Math is a Sunday thing around here. So anyway, so this happened on December 9th in Mannheim, Germany. It paralyzed him, and he died of pulmonary edema, per the National World War II Museum. But Patton was, according to most folks in the administration, a walking crisis. His diaries were full of raging diatribes against the Soviets, calling them Mongols. He demanded war with Stalin, per Target Patton. You can always go look that up on Amazon at some point if you want. But yeah, so
yeah, he was for rearming German POWs to have them fight Russia. He trashed Eisenhower's denazification, and the worst offense of all, he was teasing a presidential run. But I mean, Patton made quite a few enemies because the Blaze Gap fiasco. He wanted to make that public, but his plans to liberate Eastern Europe, defied the Yalta deals, that pissed Stalin off. He was just a grenade.
Well, I mean, all of this is just the biggest thing of all, I think, was actually that he was eyeing a presidential run because of everything. But I mean, think about this from this perspective. Looking back and seeing all this and everything that he was saying in 1945. Now, keep in mind, this is the beginning of the Cold War. This is when all this is really starting to spin up. But was he wrong about maybe we should take care of the Soviets now? Was he wrong?
And he wasn't. And, it's like, one of my favorite Twitter myths is, where the left will talk about how Russia won World War II. Well, even Stalin said America is a country of machines. Were it not for the Lend Lease, we would have lost. So there you have it right there. Patton knows that the Lend Lease is Russia's, supply line. They could have just finished him off, or at least gotten him out of Eastern Europe. Yeah, because I mean, he really wanted to go public with the Kaidan massacre, where the Soviets massacred 20,000 Poles, and so he was not popular. His troops loved him, but the brass hated him.
Yeah, the brass not so much. But yeah, so I think one of the biggest sticking points for everybody, because the brass saw him as a loose cannon, was his plan to liberate Eastern Europe. He defied Yalta, enraging both sides. Anybody remember his nickname? Old Blood and Guts.
Blood and Guts, yeah.
Patton was fearless but polarizing. Soldiers loved him, but Eisenhower wanted him muzzled. I think Eisenhower wanted more than that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, because Eisenhower wanted to run for president. So,
So question, and anybody that's in the chat can chime in as well if you want, or you can always add us on X. Was his death convenient timing or something darker? What do you think, Amish?
Okay, all this is based off of the Confessions of a Douglas Basta, and and he was adamant about it. He had like 60 diaries where he wrote about it in it. And his story is that Douglas Basta, he was with the OSS, which for those of you who don't know was the precursor to the CIA, the Office of Strategic Studies. And in 1979, he, in an interview with Spotlight magazine, talked about how on the orders of OSS Chief William Donovan, he was offered $10,800 to kill Patton. And when you got to think that's 1945 money. And
Dude,
he laid out the whole plan in Spotlight magazine, and this was absolute resistance covert ops. This is what they had been training the French to do against the Germans. This is what they, this is just it sounds like an assassination the way that he described it.
Well, I mean, and just since you did mention that, that was, what'd you say, like $10,500? Think about that. That's a lot of hooker and blow money for back then.
That is.
Yeah.
So in the interview, and this all came out. It's like he, in his obituary, the New York Times found out, yes, he was absolutely a world-class marksman with the OSS. And he was known, and he did run covert sabotage missions, and he kept his story. He doubled down on it at a OSS reunion in the late 70s, early 80s too. That he absolutely was hired by William Donovan to assassinate Patton.
Dude, that I don't know. This is one of the stories that just kind of really weirds me out, because this is one of the first history dives I really did when I started. And this was, keep in mind, I was probably 14, 15 years old the first time I really dug into this. And the whole time, all I was thinking was Reagan's quote of the 9 scariest words in the English language. And I'm like, damn, he was right all along. But yeah, so apparently, at least according to certain claims, Soviet NKVD agents actually finished the job in the hospital, dosing Patton with Czechoslovakian cyanide like poison, triggering an embolism on December 21.
Yes, and to get to that point, you have to say, okay, so where did Bausa fit into this? And how he set the op up was that Patton was supposed to have a meeting with another general, and that meeting got canceled. So he just kind of said, fuck it, I'm going hunting. And him and General Gay got into their 1939 Cadillac and started driving outside Hamburg, Germany to go hunting. And on this descript nowhere road, out of nowhere, a deuce and a half comes around the corner, driven by Sergeant Roger Thompson, who was drunk. And if you can feel the air quotes on that, then I'm putting it out right. Barely hit him at 20 miles an hour. Nobody else in the car had more than a couple scrapes and scratches, but Patton breaks his neck and is paralyzed. Now, the rest of the op, according to Bazda, was that they had jerry rigged the window in the back seat that Patton would be sitting next to so it couldn't roll up all the way. And from cover, he fired a low velocity rubber bolt from a spring loaded gun, and that's what snapped Patton's neck. Patton was immediately taken to the 130th Station Hospital, which also, thinking of the time, nobody's got cell phones to call. I mean, yeah, there's some radios, but nobody's got cell phones to call for help. The MPs show up exactly on the scene, or show up at the exact spot 35 minutes later, like they knew it was going to be there, just like that truck happened to be there on this, basically untraveled road. So he's rushed to the 130th Station Hospital, and that's where he starts to, get treated for, his broken neck, and he's in the woods at first. They don't think he's going to make it, and then after a couple days, he starts to recover. To the point that his wife was visiting him in the hospital, said he was in good cheer. That he was paralyzed, but he was, talking about getting back stateside and still, he was joking with everyone and just being Patton. Patton, you magnificent bastard! I read your book.
So let's back up to the crash for just a second, though, because to me, the crash does raise several red flags. And you talked about this earlier, and we're not going to try to do the math, but a 20-mile-per-hour collision. Now, granted, these are vehicles that were made in the 40s, which means they were heavy as hell, which also, to me, kind of lends less credence to the idea that there would have been that much that happened to the passengers at those speeds. Because
it hit, witnesses said that the truck suddenly swerved and hit exactly where Patton was sitting. And even that, yes, okay, so you're looking 1939 does not have seatbelts. I had a 64 Ford pickup that didn't have seatbelts either. So sure, but also, this is a guy who rides around in a tank. You're pretty used to quick adjustments and balance and placement. Nobody expects a car accident, but I just, at 20 miles an hour, I've hit concrete posts going a little faster than that and
right,
do much damage.
But that's just the tip of the iceberg for me. So you're telling me dude was paralyzed in a car crash, and by all reports, it was supposedly a drunk driver, but there's no photos taken, there's no impoundment records, there's no records of anything other than him being taken to the hospital.
Yeah, and even then it was just because he showed up at the hospital. Yeah, but there was no investigation whatsoever. Now, before we go on with this, after the accident, Sergeant Thompson received no disciplinary action. Nothing happened to him at all. He was whisked off to England for 4 days and then rejoined his unit.
You're driving drunk and you kill a general, and they're just like, okay, go back to work. Really?
Yeah, like you're just out driving drunk on a some French motorcycle you picked up. You're out there in government equipment. You're in a deuce and a half.
Anyway.
Yeah, and that's why it's that more than anything. And that, like I said, no records, no reprimand, no disciplinary action, no nothing. That's just 4 days off in England, which there's no record of what he was doing in England either. They just sent him to England and sent him back. His whole time there is in a hole too. So nobody knows what he did in England during those 4 days. And no records of any of it until he gets to the hospital.
I'm gonna, 4 days disappearing. I think we know what was happening there.
Yeah, that's called a debriefing.
Yeah. There were folks with alphabet soup agencies that were asking him questions and making sure he understood exactly what he was supposed to say, or else. Or else. But yeah, so anyway.
But
Go ahead.
go ahead. No. You.
No, I was gonna say, I mean, as far as the documents and stuff, there are some people that try to float the plausible explanation that post-war chaos could explain why there may or may not be missing files, because
Sure.
apparently there may have been some form of army investigation done, but apparently if there was any paperwork, that's been lost. But
But
the precision of that crash, I mean, think about this from this perspective. This guy, I mean, it for this is one of those things where a million different things had to go right all at the same time for this to happen the way that it did. And that's almost
for it to be an
impossible.
accident.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
for it to be for it to be an accident, there would have to have been a million different things that went wrong all at the same time for it to
right.
come out the way that it did. And I'm
And
not trying to do
it
math
doesn't
tonight, but
matter.
that's improbable.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those things. It's like, what seems more likely? A freak auto accident. Well, okay, using Occam's razor is a freak auto accident, but there's just so much of the 1,300 pages in the National Archives on Patton. There's only 15 that mention the crash, and none of them are investigative. They're all from the hospital.
Yeah, so this is where this gets weird though. Because in his last days on Earth before before the edema, he was in really good spirits. He was joking with his wife on December 12th. He was planning recovery. On December 18th, he told her, "I'm feeling really well." And then the doctors were even planning a US transfer. And then all of a sudden he's just,
Yeah, I mean, she was reading him Steinbeck's The Red Pony, and he really wanted to finish it. So, that's. But
yeah.
and this is where the Soviets come into play, because right before the show, one of my followers mentioned that his grandfather was on Patton's polo team between the wars, and he absolutely said it was the Soviets. And yes, this is where the NKVD comes into play, because in this hospital, there was a lot of Soviet traffic through there too. This was probably the most unsecured hospital in all of Germany. Everybody was using it. Staff was in and out. And so really because the job didn't get finished by the OSS, this is where the NKVD has to step in and finish the job. And that's when they poked him with the pseudocyanide.
Fun times.
And that's when it gets really weird, because if a 4-star general dies, you think there would be an autopsy.
You'd think.
No autopsy. His wife wanted an autopsy. In fact, if you wanted to go back, the way that her going off about the lax security, the lack of an autopsy, everybody said that, just drew a blank on his name. I've said it. That Bazada was the first anybody heard about this. Patton's own wife was raised in the Red Fox. Why was there no autopsy?
Well, I mean, and even I don't want to say she started saying things like this, but it started becoming a common talking point that a Patton who was able to talk was a threat. So the poison silenced him.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of like, what? Even if he is paralyzed, he's still got a voice and can still cause all the trouble that everybody was afraid of him causing.
Well, let's also not forget that geopolitically this fits. By 1945, again, the Cold War was brewing. Patton's calls to fight Soviets and expose the massacres defied Yalta, and this is all sourced from Goodreads. Stalin feared war. U.S. leaders dreaded his presidential run, per Bill O'Reilly's book "Killing Patton," which I've actually read. He's actually he's a good writer. I don't know if he's writing or if they're ghostwritten, but they're good books.
Yeah, O'Reilly doesn't do too.
Yeah. So, yeah. O'Reilly's book hints that Stalin greenlit the hit, and it's apparently even sourced through USA Today. So, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah,
How
I
much?
mean, well, I mean that's somebody else that was involved in this too. I mean,
My bad. I thought I muted and I accidentally unmuted.
no, there we go. Yeah, I just almost did that too. Um, yeah, there were reports to Donovan, William Donovan, head of OSS, that Stalin had a kill list and that Patton was on it, and it
Wouldn't
went
surprise
completely
me.
ignored.
Wouldn't
I mean,
surprise me at
Stalin
all.
having a kill list is the least surprising thing. I okay. What do I think? There's a lot of questions, and I mean, yeah, you absolutely made a valid point that in you, you still got the fog of war going on. Um, Paperwork gets lost, shuffled. The one thing that never gets lost though is invoices and receipts.
Right?
So that unless it's the government trying too high to entirely
Yeah.
black up. Anyway, but um, yeah, this would not surprise. This would be one of the least surprising assassination conspiracies we've ever covered. If they were to come out tomorrow with absolute 100% proof that Patton was assassinated, yep, I knew it.
Like, we called this over 3 years ago? I think we did this with the
No,
first
we
time.
did this 5 years ago. Was the first time. By the way,
Oh,
new audience, get to hear it all again. Yeah, no, we did this 5 years ago.
I couldn't remember exactly when it was. I guess I probably could have looked it up.
It's been a while.
Yeah, but like you said, we're streaming to X now, so we have basically an entirely new audience to torment them with our stuffs. Speaking of which, we've got more, but we've hit the break point, so we should probably take a break now. What do you think?
Yeah, let's hit the brakes.
All right. You are listening to Juxtaposition live right here on KLRradio.com. I'm Rick. He's Ordy. More assassination conspiracies after the break. Stay tuned.
To make you feel small and alone, to make you feel that your mind isn't your own. Ooh, time, do as I wish.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors. We're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you, see you, see you, see you.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the number one way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I'm now late and I recommend to all of my friends that they stop watching the news, because the news contrives to frighten you, to make you feel small and alone.
Welcome back. Sorry, I don't use that slider very much anymore, so I was pushing things in the wrong direction because I'm usually using my actual board, not a digital one. All right, anyway, we are back. We are live, and Morrissey happens to be one of my favorite bumpers to use during conspiracy shows.
That's it really does fit with the show. You know,
But
when we
anyway,
first
so
back on bar, yeah.
but sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. But
Yeah.
But
Go
before
ahead.
we go back into anything, I just want to give everybody a quick shout out and a thank you. Thanks to everybody tuning in right now. We're actually running toe to toe on Live on X with Real America's Voice, which is
Nice.
amazing. Now, granted, it's taken us like 4 X feeds to get what they're getting from one, but you add them up and we're actually right there with them. So I'll take that.
Add it up.
Oh, I know. I said there would be no math tonight, but that's the math that excites me. So
Damn it,
can't
some
help
math.
it.
Yeah, no, thanks everyone for listening. It's awesome. I mean, it's moving to X. Thanks, Jeff. Was the best move that we made. You know, so I'm a huge fan.
I don't thank him anymore because he likes to still rub my nose in it all the time. So yeah, I don't thank him
And
anymore.
you should. You resisted it like the plague.
Well, come on. Well, I didn't really think about the fact that half the shows we do, I'm not even on camera. I was always like, nobody wants to see my face. But then half the shows we do, I'm not on camera anyway. So
Wait until you see Phase 3.
yeah, he hasn't even talked to me about Phase 3, so I still don't know.
Well, he's still working on it. Anyway.
Oh, I know.
So
anyway.
So and by the way, from the DM, that's his EP got to watch Hunt for Red October for the first time tonight, and he said the reacts were amazing.
Nepestef Bakoye.
Yes.
Sorry, had to be done.
So back to Patton.
Well, I mean, I think we've actually pretty much beat that one to death, unless you've got more notes than I have here.
Well, no, there was just one final thing that I wanted to hit before the break, but I really needed to get another drink. A lot of the the doubt around it is the gun use. The rubber bolt with a spring-loaded subsonic rifle. They said, well, that just sounds a little too Ian Fleming. Ian Fleming was OSS. Well, he was the British version, but yeah, he was. he was a World War II spy guy too. So yeah, of course it sounds a little Ian Fleming, because he was right there with these guys. So he knew what tools were in the spy craft and how to modernize them and make them,
Well, I mean, and let's not forget the original James Bond stuff was not too removed from that time frame. So
no,
so would make sense. I mean, he was in the middle of all that stuff. So
yeah. So yeah, that's I mean, if that's your argument, that's a pretty weak argument, because you either don't know about Ian Fleming or you don't know about World War II era spycraft.
Well, this is why, and this is not part of the actual outline topic that we have. But this is one of the things that drives me crazy about the anti-conspiracy theory folks, is because especially lately, conspiracy theorists have been right so fucking always.
Yeah, we joke about that on Rick and Morty. The only difference between conspiracy theory and well-established fact is about 6 months.
And anymore, it's not even that. It's like now it's down to about 3 months normally.
Yeah,
Now,
now it's a
granted,
news cycle.
but now, granted, there's still some of them that we're still waiting on some stuff to come out. But at the same time, it's not like it used to be. Think about how long it took for a sitting Congress critter to admit that there may have been at least a second gunman with JFK, because that just happened a few months ago.
Yeah.
That was forever. But now it's like, just in the last 4 or 5 years, we're like, oh yeah, no, there was definitely a spike protein. We're pretty sure this came from China, blah, 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 blah. When remember, we were all being demonetized and nuked for saying things like that.
Yeah, I lost at least 2 accounts during that time over it, but yeah. So who you want to go with next? Because we didn't tease it, but we've actually got some other questionable assassinations.
Oh yeah, so I'm thinking we should probably go into the Swedish one next and talk about the rabbit's name Svut. No, I'm just kidding. You probably haven't seen that commercial, so you have no idea what I'm talking about. It's like it's a progressive commercial. It's a bunch of motorcycle guys all bragging because their lucky rabbit's foot keeps them safe, and then some Swedish guy is like, "I has rabbit names Svut," and it's like the whole live rabbit, and everybody starts freaking out. I don't know why, but that commercial makes me laugh every time I see it.
Now I'm gonna have to look for it.
I'm weird like that, I guess. But yeah, so next up that I have on the hit list, I said what I said.
Nice.
Is Palme. So
yes. Yeah. Olaf Palme. If you're not familiar with him, he was a Cold War firebrand. He railed against both superpowers. In kind of like, because Sweden was always like, hey, we're neutral. But in this, he was like, nah, fuck you all. He was the Swedish prime minister. And he was very vocal. He condemned the U.S. involvement in Vietnam, the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. He supported anti-apartheid struggles with open financial backing of the Swedish government. He supported Cuba under Castro. He defended North Vietnam, and he did it very fucking loudly. He pissed everyone off.
Well, I mean, so one of the biggest things, I guess, and you've kind of touched on it a little bit, is he had a lot of neutral stances between the superpowers and pushed for sanctions against apartheid in South Africa, pissed off heavy hitters. So in 2020, Swedish prosecutors named Stig, I'm not even going to try to say that last name, Eggstrom, I think.
Yeah.
As the likely killer, closing the case since he died in 2000 per the BBC. But no forensics, and Palme's family backed Christer Peterson who was acquitted in 1989. But yeah, I mean, the dude was just kind of, I mean, for his time, even though I didn't agree with his stances, a lot of folks would have viewed him as kind of a powerhouse because he was just out pissing everybody off and just didn't care.
Yeah. So to set the scene, on February 28th, 1986, Palme and his wife, they went out for a movie. No bodyguards, no motorcade, just, walking down the Stockholm as one does. Man walked up behind him, shot him in the back, and then shot him again as he was on the ground. Now, the weapon of choice in this, and you have to understand Sweden and you have to understand the 80s. The weapon used in this was a 357. Getting a 357 in Sweden was extraordinarily difficult. It's not something your common street thug is going to have.
Yeah. I mean, let's not forget they have pretty strict gun control stuff there, if I'm remembering correctly. So getting one of those into the country would be kind of like you fighting to get that AK you've been trying to get in the country.
Yeah, that SRS that I just can't, or SKS I just can't get into the country. Yeah.
Uh,
So the assassin disappeared into the night, and despite decades of investigation, it remains unsolved. It became the most extensive and expensive investigation in Swedish history. Tens of thousands of police hours, spawning tens of thousands of reports, and up to 300 million kronor to investigate this. Every lead, every foreign suspect, every fringe theory was pursued. And I mean, it was a national obsession. And no, the one that they charged and released him was a Christer Peterson. He was convicted and then acquitted. He was just some petty criminal with a history of drug and mental illness. Doesn't that fit the bill of every assassin? Um, every Manchurian candidate. And he was picked out of a lineup by Palme's widow, but the evidence against him was thin and circumstantial, and even controversial. So, and he maintained his innocence up until 2004, though he did make some contradictory statements. Then you talked about Scandia man, Stig Engstrom. He was named that because he worked in the Scandia building near the crime scene. He inserted himself into the investigation, really as a witness, and then he began giving conflicting statements and talking to the media, which is always dumb. And he matched several witness descriptions. But they didn't have the evidence on him was even less than the evidence they had on Peterson. So it wasn't until 20 years after his death they said, "Oh yeah, it was him. Case closed."
yeah, I'm gonna say that feels a little weak.
Yeah, especially since he committed suicide in 2000.
Did he? Did
Yeah.
he though? Did he really, or
Yeah,
was this
did
one
he
of
though?
those?
That's the next thing. Yeah, and a lot of people think, well, that's awful convenient, isn't it? Because they can't charge him or question him.
So my question, because this just occurred to me, so this has happened in like late '80s, mid '80s.
Right.
Did Sweden have anything like unsolved mysteries back then? I'm just curious. So I'm pretty
God,
sure they probably would have had a TV show about this shit. I'm just saying.
mystery started in the U.S., I think.
Well, yeah, I know. I just didn't know if maybe they
Yeah.
had. I didn't know
Yeah.
if maybe Sweden had something similar because everybody's got like America's Got Talent and shit now. Like everywhere, it's like Korea's Got Talent. I was just
Yeah, I
thinking,
mean, we
like,
stole
I
that from the British.
wonder if they have like a Swedish version of Unsolved Mysteries. If somebody was talking about this case, because I bet they probably did. But yeah, so the most interesting thing to me, and the thing that I feel like they kind of left on just not that they really left it on the table, but they took it off the table, is the entire idea that a lot of this stuff could actually be pointing to South Africa.
Well, and South, there's a laundry list of state actors who are probable. All of them had equal stake in seeing him gone. And like you said, you mentioned apartheid era South Africa. He was a major thorn in their fight. He was openly funding the African National Congress, and a former police colonel of the South African death squads alleged that the regime authorized a hit on him, and it was part of a larger campaign to neutralize Western sympathizers for the Black liberation movements.
Yeah, I mean, so they were actually trying to push to have him labeled as an enemy of the state because of his anti-apartheid work. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the order came from there.
Yeah, and next on the hit parade, you've got the CIA. Paul May's close ties, of course, always the CIA, always the fucking CIA. Paul May's close ties to Cuba and open defiance of America's policy in the Cold War. He refused to play ball with NATO, and files from some U.S. intelligence agencies showed that they had tabs on him for years. Some even alleged that he was a leak and security risk, so they couldn't read him in on a lot of stuff going on. Also, tying in with that too was elements of Operation Gladio And if you're not familiar with that, that was a clandestine NATO-backed paramilitary network that actively resisted Soviet invasion in Eastern Europe, and then was later implicated in false flag operations and political manipulation to destabilize Eastern Europe. So they had through the CIA and also through their own efforts, they had an axe to grind with Palme.
Well, so there's a little wrinkle here. So Palme's death actually started the process to shift Sweden toward NATO.
Yeah,
Which
that's
to me adds even more credence to the CIA angle.
well, yeah, that's absolutely within Project Gladio's toolkit. That's that was their jam. Yeah. Also on the hit parade, you had Kurdish separatists and Yugoslav secret police for a lot of the same reasons for his his anti-Soviet expansion views. You even had the Swedish military-industrial complex to use Eisenhower's.
Wait, so every country has a military-industrial complex, not just us?
Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Just ours is a military-industrial entertainment complex.
Oh, probably more accurate than I want to admit.
Yeah. So, and this was just, I mean, everybody was pissed off at the dude, which, they always say, if you're taking a lot of flack, you're over the target. So, yeah, this guy, he definitely, there was a lot of people, there was a lot of, at the time, quite powerful organizations that wanted to see this man dead or at least neutralized. And in Cold War detente, that's the same thing.
Well, so the thing that trips me up, right, is the 357, because one, that screams America. But two, who could have actually gotten the damn gun into the country if it wasn't somebody tied to us in the first place?
Well, I mean, anybody. It's not hard to sneak something into a country. I mean, if it was, we wouldn't have. I mean, every country has got a heroin problem. Heroin is illegal in almost every country, but every country has a heroin problem. When Australia did their gun buyback, that actually created quite a robust black market for weapons in Australia. So, yeah, it's people will find a way. And you got. I was thinking here, before the show, I was wondering why a 357. Dirty Harry.
That was
86.
Magnum.
That was a 44 Magnum. Who was using? Was that? No, wait. That was Bronson that was using the 357, right?
Yeah, it was Bronson 357. But in your defense, I actually just said, "Do you feel lucky, punk?" When you mentioned 357, then I realized it was Bronson. So I did the same thing earlier. So don't feel bad.
Right. So yeah, Bronson still big in 86. So you're right. But my point stands. You want to do something, and you got you want to be that guy.
Well, I mean, also, to be fair, that was one of the guns back in the day, though, too. And as big of a fan as I am with some of the semi-autos, you can't beat a good wheel gun because there's almost nothing that can possibly go wrong unless you do self loads.
My favorite gun I've ever shot was my dad had a fucking 38 Smith & Wesson Cobra. That was a snake gun.
That's
and I love firing that thing. Yeah, just a little snub nose Saturday Night Special, nickel plated. Just the most ghetto thug gun you could imagine. But I mean, that wasn't like anyway. But yeah, that's still one of my favorite guns to shoot to this day. So I wish I had gotten it when he had passed.
What happened to it?
Nobody knows. Which means my dad probably has it. Or they sold it for, my dad was selling off a lot of guns at the end of his life. So
I was gonna say it may have got he either may have sold it off or somebody else did.
Yeah.
But anyway, that sucks though.
Yeah, Al's got a 357 snubby. So, but yeah, I mean, that's like I say. I mean, it's not hard to get something like that into the country, but you're doing that with a purpose. that's
But yeah, I mean, it just in between the Swedish extremists or South Africa. I mean, there's any number of people that could have done this, but there's just so many like little weird things. I still can't get past the fact that they're like, oh, let's say this guy that killed himself 20 years ago did it. Like,
yeah, and
what?
they tried to do the he was right wing, and because Tommy was pretty pretty not full socialist, but democratic socialist, socialism light. And so there's like their argument was, oh, he was just a mad conservative who, but the thing is like, it's like that dude Luigi who killed the this insurance CEO.
Dude, that was what I was just thinking of when you were describing how that was done. I was like, dude, that is like just like what happened in New York City a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and the thing is like, you can't do the street. The reason why that the argument with the guy that with Peterson doesn't work is that they weren't robbed. You dude and his wife. It reminded me of like Batman's origin story too. Walking out of the theater, just gets gunned down at random. No robbery or anything, just gunned down. So and the whole, oh, he was just a mad conservative, mad right wing extremist or whatever. That doesn't fly, and without it being a robbery, there goes your your mentally ill drug use guy that they originally charged and convicted. It screams of a hit. So it's just a question now of who hit him.
Well, this is the thing though, right? And this is the only thing that kind of makes it feel less CIA like to me, because if I'm CIA and I'm hitting somebody, I'm going to make sure I check every box to make it look like a robbery. So it kind of surprises me that they didn't. This seems like somebody that originally did it and was intending to take credit for it, and either something stopped them or something happened to them.
Or just sending a message. Yeah, you got to remember at the time too, it was more important to send a message that we can touch you, kind of thing, because that was also a very Cold War thing.
Gee, thanks for the Michael Jackson flashbacks
there.
Yeah. Ew. All right. I don't know, chat. What do y'all think? Who you think?
What do you think?
Who done it? Who done it? I don't know. I'm kind of all over the place with this one. I'm still thinking South Africa though.
I'm leaning towards South Africa too, because one of the things that has been forgotten. I mean, unless you were really plugged in at the time, or you have a penchant for Southern Hemisphere history. It wasn't a secret. South Africa had death squads. Literally, I mean, the apartheid government, the Afrikaner government, they were just straight up doing death squads. It's without being communist, they were pretty fucking communist when it came to that. So yeah, I'm leaning towards South Africa too, because he was actively funding their opposition. The other ones are just, that's a case of the ass. You're just a fucking dick, But in that case, it's like you are actively trying to harm us with the power of a state.
Well, I mean, in between them, moving towards declaring him an enemy of the state, and then him like just openly doing the exact opposite of what they want anybody to do. Like I said, the only thing that makes me even move maybe even one tick into the box of maybe CIA out of probably 4 for South Africa was the fact that his death ultimately started the push for NATO. So
right. Yeah, and that's where you can kind of lean in on Gladio and the CIA too, because that's kind of like, okay, that's a very Western powers thing to do at the time. You're not so much I almost foolishly said not so much the assassination, like we were above that shit. We'll take out our own. Fuck you. You gotta love the hypocrisy where we say, yeah, you can't assassinate foreign leaders, but we can assassinate our own.
Right, and we've done that a lot. All right, well, believe it or not, man, we are back around to the top of the hour.
I didn't think we were going to get a half hour out of that stretch.
Well, to be fair, because I didn't build breaks into the script, so we're actually
Script. I'm free dogging.
no, I meant the outline.
I know.
You know what I mean.
Okay,
But anyway, all right, let's take a break. We'll be right back. Y'all are listening to Juxtaposition live on KLRN Radio, and hopefully Amish and I can stay on schedule for a while so I can actually have part of a Saturday off again. I just jinxed it. I am already aware. Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRN Radio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRN Radio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at McIntyreLaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Green man in the desert night, Bigfoot roaming out of sight. Government shadows, secrets deep, conspiracies unfold while we sleep. Strange encounters unexplained, truth is out that really shame. Men with knowledge, voices bold, unraveling history, stories untold.
And welcome back into hour 2 of Juxtaposition. I'm Rick. He's Ordy, and I want to give a quick shout out to the over 1,200 of you that are hanging out with us right now. That is amazing.
Awesome.
That is amazing. If you're new around here, please make sure you are liking, subscribing, sharing, doing all those things. And it's not that we're trying to bug you to death about it. It's that the algorithms suck, and we need your help to beat them. Help us beat them.
And we say that for all of our individual accounts too, just like yours is being throttled. And
dude, mine has been terrible lately. I was actually surprised because mine was one of the first ones to start picking up steam tonight, and then all of a sudden yours blew up, and now the KLRN account's leading everybody by like 69. Giggity. But yeah, I mean, mine was like the first one to break trips tonight, and I was like, that doesn't usually happen. And then I do what I always do and push the station account instead of my own. And that's I want to.
Yeah, I try to. It's easy. It's easier wrangling everybody into one chat.
But yeah, I mean, and the thing about and that's one of the everybody's like, why do you guys have so many feeds? Because we have to, because otherwise nobody sees us. That's why.
His main account has 11 or 1,900 followers, so
yeah,
y'all see it.
Anyway, so yeah, we're
talking the algorithm.
Yeah. I still think that's part of the reason why Al Gore tried to convince everybody he created the interwebs is because they decided to call them algorithms.
Yeah,
I think he tried to make a bad joke and it backfired.
Yeah,
but anyway, fun times.
Yeah,
but yeah. So if you're just joining us, because I've noticed the numbers have been creeping up the last few minutes, we've been talking conspiracy theories around assassinations. We've been talking about a Swedish assassination that happened. We've also been talking about General George S. Patton and the conspiracies around his assassination. And since we're into hour 2, we're going to keep that topic going, or as I've been saying all night, just because it's fun to say and everybody looks at me crazy, we're going to keep the hit list coming.
And
look at me in that tone of voice. It had to be done.
I've been wanting to redo the show for a while, the Patton one. And I'm sorry, but the Kennedy assassinations just bore the fuck out of me now. Everything's been said on the topic. You're
not wrong.
That dump we got a couple months ago, that was lame. So, yeah, I'm so tired. You know what's more interesting is the characters around the assassination rather than the assassination themselves.
Exactly, because that's where you actually start finding out more from it anyway. I mean, the only thing that interested me was seeing somebody with a gray check say, "Hey, we think there may have been a second shooter." I'm like, "Welcome to the fucking party, pal."
Right.
Where have you been?
Second shooter theory? Yeah, I did. I saw JFK.
Oh, I don't know. I still, as much as Trump pissed me off during his first run up because of how he was just a dick to everybody on the stage, I did love the little, the whole Ted Cruz is a Zodiac killer thing and his dad was the grassy knoll gunman. That made me laugh.
Well, that and I like Ted leaning into it. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he got some respect points from me because instead of like shying away from it, I mean, he still does it. Somebody tagged him in it a month ago, and they were like, "Are you sure this wasn't you?" He's like, "Can you prove it wasn't?" I was like, "Damn,
it's murdered this hard. It better be by Ted Cruz." Anyway, yeah. Yeah, Al. There's always a second shooter. So you want to keep with
second shooter theory, right? Not only was it second shooter, but with Patton, there were entire teams because there was one guy that tried to do it and that didn't work, and then they sent in like Russian assets and everything else to get it done. Apparently, so it's not an uncommon theory for there to be more than one group involved. Sometimes, just saying.
The next one we're going to talk about, keeping with unpronounceable Scandinavian names.
Hey,
this one has. Was that? Yeah, I know. I did. This one also has a lot of people with fingers in their pie. And this one,
hang on. I don't get to do this often on this show, but this rules. Giggity giggity, giggity goo.
Here we go.
Had to be done.
I knew it was coming. So this one is with the death of the second Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld.
I'm
And
glad you said that name and not me.
it's the silent J and all the bullshit above the letters that throws me off. So I probably butchered it. It's probably no, that's just hammer. Because Nords are weird. So anyway, September 18th, 1961, Dag was flying to Dola, Northern Rhodesia, to broker a ceasefire in what was known as the Congo crisis at the time. That was where mining companies, Belgian mercenaries, Katangan separatists, everybody was fighting in that. And it was basically all for the uranium and cobalt deposits in the region. In the middle of the night, the plane went down. Of course, the immediate story was pilot error.
Of course it was.
So
pilot error.
Had a little cottonwood moment there for a second. The problem with the official theory is airplanes are up in the air and people see them. And, not everything is the gods must be crazy in Africa. People recognize, so there were several witnesses. The official story started falling apart immediately. Several witnesses report a second plane hearing gunfire, ball of fire in the air, and the plane coming down.
That's which blew all kinds of holes in the accident theory.
Because how is it pilot error to get shot down?
Yeah, so the top theory is something called Operation Celeste. Apparently, there was a South African plot with CIA and MI6 backing. This was, I guess,
that was a because one of the things how Dag made his enemies. He was really trying to stop colonialism in the Southern Hemisphere, in Africa and South America. So a lot of the Cold War players at the time needed the global South because that's where a lot of the uranium and cobalt and things you needed to build a Cold War came from. So, and just like today, everybody's fighting over the mineral rights down there. Where it got weird is Hammarskjöld's body was found away from the wreckage of the plane. He was wearing a perfectly clean shirt that had no burns in it, unlike everybody else on the plane. And there was an ace of spades tucked into the collar of his shirt. Not making that up. That's real. So
that seems like somebody. I hate to use this phrase, but it fits. It seems like somebody leaving a calling card for that to be there.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely a calling card. I mean, it's actually a calling card to the point of being a trope. And that's kind of. It's just so TV movie. I can't.
I mean, that really seems like something like straight out of a Bond movie.
No, really, it does. But yeah, you had this Operation Celeste, and that there was actually part of the plan of Operation Celeste was to eliminate Hammarskjöld using sabotage or an onboard explosive. This was a South African, and like you said, joint CIA MI5. They were working together for a lot of African interest in keeping the global powers, doing the Cold War thing down there. So in 2010, a UN investigation was launched because all this stuff that was suppressed for 50 years started coming forward. Intercepted radio traffic from mercenary pilots, Zambian witnesses that had been suppressed for decades. And then there was a secret cable suggesting that the ambush was planned. So...
there's a little bit more from that, and this is actually backing up a little bit more. So in 1998, South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission released the Samar letters detailing a bomb in Hammarskjöld's DC-6 wheelbay. And this was actually even before the 2019-2020 stuff that you were just talking about a second ago. So yeah, I mean, it's just, we went from accident to potential sabotage to, again, but if it's sabotage, what's up with the second plane?
Well, and that's just it. Okay, so this is where you learn to have a backup plan. It's like, so how's the bomb going to go off? Because the bomb was supposed to go off when the plane took off. So, because as we all learned, if something's going to happen on an airplane, it happens during takeoff, except for when it suddenly falls out of the sky. So if the bomb didn't work, which it didn't because they were well into the flight by that point, then that's where you get intercepted by mercenary pilots. The plan B.
This goes back to that second plane you were talking about earlier. So according to a Susan Williams, Who Killed Hammarskjöld, I guess a book that was written about it. She was arguing that there was a mining cover-up for Hearst Publishers. So in a 2019 Guardian piece, says an RAF veteran, Jan van Risgem, trying not to butcher the name, confessed to shooting the plane, though his family denies it. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe you're right. Maybe the bomb was supposed to do the job. The bomb didn't do the job, so RAF dude shot down the plane. I don't know.
Which kind of ties in with MI5, MI6's involvement in it. And then
why are we always doing this shit to people? I don't understand.
The thing is that the CIA had full knowledge of this plan. So too, I mean, that's part of the cable about the ambush was I guess this came from from CIA release documents around the time, or from the but anyway, so yeah, the CIA was mentioned in the cable. So yeah, and the whole thing is just for Congo's resources. And as we all saw, those diamonds are great for making lasers.
True enough.
Oh, sorry, that's a terrible movie. Good book, terrible movie. I don't know, even the book was, no, the book was okay. If you haven't
the book was better.
The Congo is just stupid fun. Yeah, the book was better. Oh, well, the book is always better. So,
pretty accurate.
So there you have again. Oh, pilot error. Not so much, and you just.
Well, so one of the funniest things for me, right? Because there are some other dark horse theories for this, but one of the funniest things for me is seeing all the stuff coming out where at one point you had the CIA blaming the KGB blaming the CIA, and MI6 is just over there going, I don't know what y'all talking about.
Right. But MI6 was the one who probably sent up the mercenary fighter. So,
but because the CIA started blaming the KGB, that actually started pushing theories that maybe the Soviets or even Katanga rebels may have actually been involved in this as well. This is actually from a United Nations report. One of the things that keeps this one of those conspiracies that just keeps cropping back up once in a while is even to this day, nobody knows what happened to the black box of the plane. They never found it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a DC suit, so it would have had some telemetry in it. But yeah, it's okay. You really have to get the Congo at the time too, because I mean, it's so yeah, the KGB. This is where Saint Raphael Ganowitz of Poland was doing some of his fighting at the time with Belgian mercenaries. So yeah, doing the anti-communist thing, and so this was it was the domino theory on a smaller scale, because you've got mining operations there, fighting with the separatists. It's just that continent is permanently fucked up. I don't care what anyway.
I mean, it's just a mess.
Yeah. What's your country's name this week? So It's as bad as Southeast Asia was at the time too. So, yeah,
Oh,
it
good Lord.
just
Don't even get me started. South It's like those countries change names like every 5 minutes. That's why, not that we talk politics that much on this one, but that's why I laugh at everybody throwing a fit over the renaming of the Gulf and stuff. I'm like, you guys not alive in the city. You not understand how much this happens all over the world all the time.
I'll be cold in the grave before I call it Kampuchea.
Well, about that.
Right. So,
But yeah, so after doing a little bit of a discussion on this one, what are you thinking? Pilot error, sabotage, shot
no,
down?
I'm going with it getting shot down. Now, where I'm lost in this, even if it was shot down, how did dude land away from the wreckage? And I get people get sucked out of airplanes, and still, clean shirt with an ace of spades shoved in the collar. And that's, I mean, so yes, the plane was shot down. That's or blew up, whatever. It was definitely sabotaged or just shot down. That's really the plane went down and it wasn't pilot error. How about that? You got Dag away from the wreckage in a clean shirt with a calling card.
So,
That's my big question.
well, yeah, for me, it's the clean shirt and the calling card because I have a working theory. Because think about it, if the bomb didn't go off and another plane starts shooting at the plane, there's a good chance that when the plane caught fire, whatever was keeping the explosion from happening probably happened, which explains maybe why and how he got sucked out of the plane. But how he met, I mean, there's no report of him having any kind of a parachute or anything. So how in the hell during that entire time is there a playing card stuck in his collar and there's no sign of anything on his shirt? No, I mean the clean shirt part is what really throws me because I'm like you would think granted if you're in a plane that is on fire and you've been sucked out of it, there's a good chance that there may be some smoke or something, or that maybe at some point when you hit the ground at terminal velocity, your shirt wouldn't have looked so clean anymore.
Yeah,
I'm really confused by this.
So I'm going to throw in my theory on that right now. I just formulated this while we've been talking it out. He was never on the plane in the first place.
See, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
They shot the plane down and threw the body by it.
That I mean, it's the only way the calling card fits. And that's kind of where I was going with it, but I was trying to rationalize my way past that. But this seems like they did something to him and then used the plane crash to cover up the fact that they had already done something to him, whoever they may be. Because
that makes more sense than anything else to me.
well, because it doesn't make any sense. I mean, again, there's no mention of parachute, failed parachute, nothing. Dude apparently was supposedly fell out of the plane and was way far away from the plane. Apparently, well, far enough away that everybody's like, "Oh, look, he's way over here." And somehow, I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever, studied physics, things like that, but hitting the ground at terminal velocity is bad.
Well, the thing is, you in the cartoons, you make a crater. You actually bounce.
Yeah, which means, I mean, think about that for a second. And I mean, so think about this because I know we've all done this probably for if you were a Cub Scout, Boy Scout, probably maybe for science class. A stupid thing where they make you build a thing to try to keep an egg cradled so you can drop it from like the second story and it doesn't break.
Mm-hmm.
Think about how badly that goes when you get it wrong.
Right.
And imagine what that guy would have looked like if he had fallen. And I mean, even from 3,000 feet, there's no way that, oh, look, he's got a perfectly clean shirt on and there's a playing card in the collar.
He just happened to be playing, cribbage on the flight. And see, I said there was going to be no math, and cribbage is probably the most math-centric game there is.
Which is why I've never played it, so I'm okay with that.
Oh, I love. We used to play when I was a graveyard bartender. We used to play penny a point. That can get expensive. So, but yeah. So anyway, so that's the that's the offing of Dag Hammarskjöld.
Oh, Will Center coming in. Breaking news. It turns out he was a Democrat, which means he was full of hot air.
Yeah.
Ballasted by BS.
Yeah, Alan cartoons. You pump the air brakes. That too. Yeah. So, I'm going with dude wasn't on the plane.
I think you're right. I not only am I about 1,000% certain that the plane was shot down, which probably triggered the original explosive device that was supposedly in the wheel well. I don't think dude was even on the plane.
Even though it is his plane, and the fact that it was, the general secretary's DC-6, is it really that? Well,
Well, I mean, to be fair,
without me, I'll catch up with you guys. Whatever.
To be fair, Air Force One does go places occasionally without the president. Of course, it's not designated Air Force One when he's not on it, but still, it's honestly, as we've talked through it, the only plausible explanation for how dude's body was apparently in such good shape, because otherwise it should have never been.
Yeah, and in this case, who did it? Everybody. I mean, everybody. In this case, everybody's got equal footing.
Pretty much.
Everybody's got the same. The only one that doesn't really, I mean, aside from them being like the major power in the Southern Africa region, South Africa's involvement doesn't really make sense unless they had mining interests there.
Oh.
But also that would be like saying the United States involvement doesn't really make sense unless, when you're talking about something in Central South America. So, yes, regional powers got their thumbs in everybody's pie.
Hey, you said it right this time.
Yes.
All right. Well, any final thoughts on this one before we take the break?
No, this one, I think we can put this one to bed. I just, God, that's weird.
Yeah,
he wasn't on the plane though, because in everything I researched on this, not one person said maybe he wasn't on the plane. They just he just got sucked out of the plane, or it's just weird. It's weird he wasn't in the plane. Yeah, that's weird. Why do you think so?
Yeah, maybe because they planted the body. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
perfectly clean shirt and a playing card. I'm feeling like this is a Columbo moment.
We gotta do Vince Foster's suicide sometime. We gotta do an Arkansas episode.
Yeah, when we do, I actually have somebody that may want to come on for that one. He was actually a coroner during a lot of that stuff. So in Arkansas. All right. So we're gonna take the bottom of the hour break. I queued the wrong one, so I'll come back with the right one in a minute. This one works too, though.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis.
And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors. We're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate. I know Jiu-jitsu and drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you, see you, see you, see you.
Not to be a backseat driver, but can you say for sure you got the best monthly payment possible on your auto loan? Could it be that you might have gotten a better deal by shopping the loan at a few places and have a lower car payment? Next time, before you go car shopping, visit Communication Federal Credit Union first. Our auto loan experts will find you a perfect loan and get you the lowest monthly payment we can. Communication Federal, your auto loan experts. Restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
Because the news contrives to frighten you, to make you feel small and alone, to make you feel that your mind isn't your own.
I missed you all so much, I rushed the return. Welcome back to the program, ladies and gentlemen. We are about 3/4 of the way through this episode of Juxtaposition. Hope everybody's having a good time. Chat's kind of hopping tonight. It's nice.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
Hey, before we begin, Al, before you take off, give us a heads up before your next vacation. I want to do Tales from the Rock and Roll Graveyard again. That was fun.
Oh yeah, we need to do that. But I do need to find and cut a segment because if I remember right, Ron was in that one. So
no, he wasn't.
He wasn't in that one. I thought he was in that one. Anyway.
Ron was he did a Shadow Man.
Yeah, Shadow Man.
And I think he was on the Area 51 Roswell one we did with Jeff too, if I remember
Maybe
correctly.
it was just because he was really active in the chat during that one.
He was really active in the chat that night because that was a topic that spoke to him. For us new listeners, one of the original staples of KLRN chat back when we had chat on our own website, and for a while the only person in chat for most of the shows was a gentleman named Ron. He passed away a couple years ago, so a lot of what we do is for him.
Yeah, I remember there were times that, especially when Rails was like a late night show and everybody else was going to bed and he's like, "Are you doing a show tonight?" I'm like, "Dude, you're the only one there." He's like, "Get in the fucking chat and do a show."
Right.
Like, fine. Anyway, how far we have come since then. I think
he would love how far we've come.
He would be beside himself after with everything that we've done now. But anyway, I'm gonna get verklempt if we don't get back on top.
Don't get misty on me. So,
all right. So we've got one last person on the hit list.
Yeah, this one. Okay, this one. There's no doubt it was an assassination. There's no doubt who did it. It's everything else surrounding it. That's the big question mark. And this is kind of a quick hit. This was just kind of, we'll have some time for Vamp because I don't think we'll get more than 10 minutes out of this one. Lord Louis Mountbatten. He was the last viceroy of India, Queen Elizabeth's cousin, Prince Philip's uncle, Prince Charles's mentor. He was a Navy vet. He was a war hero. He was the model of the British monarchy. He was the he was the ideal that when you thought of a lord, and not just like the one who was a doer, and he had his fingers in everything. He was in the intelligence services. He knew OSS. He knew CIA. He knew all of the Western powers. He had deep ties to British intelligence. During World War II, he coordinated secret operations. During the Cold War, he was in the upper echelon of power. He was also seen as the potential peacemaker. He was really trying to do his best to end the Troubles. And if you don't know what the Troubles were, that was the war in Northern Ireland over British occupation.
I thought you were doing a Haven throwback there for a second. I was like, wait, what?
No, that was different Troubles. That was totally different Troubles. Yeah, so he was pushing for reconciliation with Northern Ireland. This pissed off the British military, and it pissed off the Irish Republicans. The radical nationalists and the hardline British loyalists all saw him as a threat, because if anybody was going to get them to the table to talk, it was him. And this was in 79. So there was way before there was any even hint of reconciliation. So
by the way, I hate you right now.
Why is that?
Because the way you open your show put something in my head and I can't get it out. Or the way you open this segment.
What's that? Lay it on me.
I am the very model of a modern Major General. I hate you right now. I cannot get that song out of my head now. I hate you.
Yeah. We're talking about doing musicals with one of the plays, and Pirates of Penzance, or HMS Pinafore was listed as one of the. Anyway, so August 27th, 1979, Mountbatten was vacationing at his castle in Ireland. That morning, him and the family and some friends took out a small fishing boat into the bay. A few minutes later, explosion tore through the vessel, killing Mountbatten, his grandson, and many others. Immediately, the IRA claimed responsibility, and that should have been that.
But it wasn't that simple.
Yeah, it's never that simple.
But yeah, so just to give it a little bit more, I know you've covered it pretty well, but there's a couple of other little backstory bits here. So Mountbatten was actually the very symbol of British imperialism. So that thought running through my head with how you opened everything was what put that damn song in my head. Also, he would have been a perfect IRA target during the Troubles that you mentioned earlier. However, even though they did quickly, claim responsibility, etc., there is some whisperings, and always have been, that there may have been British intelligence complicity involved. And there's reasons for that too.
Yeah, the main question is, so basically, he's in a war zone. You have a British lord at his castle in a war zone, because that's, it was yes, it was an insurgency, but it was still, anyway. Security was laughably lax, and to the point of, how could IRA agents sneak that much explosive? The size of the explosion was apparently quite significant. Onto a boat right in view of the castle. I mean, a walking distance of the castle. So, it's not like they just kind of went out and, oh, hey, let's go rent a boat for the day. This was, at the pier at the, And when you think small fishing boat with the amount of people they're talking about, small fishing boat for British royalty, probably not that small. So you would think that there would be security on the boat too. I mean, they're not just taking out some aluminum fucking trawler, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, think about this from a royalty perspective. This was probably some form of small yacht used for the purpose of fishing.
Well, even then, if you want cigar boat or something like that, it's not going to be a small boat. But yeah, there's no security on it around that, and this there's some evidence that MI5 knew the attack was coming and let it happen anyway, because the assassination of a well-known British lord with such ties to the royal family really is going to galvanize the population and probably set reconciliation back a decade.
Well, and according to some, that may have actually been the plan.
because
I mean, yeah, again, we're going to start talking about some of these very same alphabet soup agencies we've been talking about all night. MI5, MI6, possibly even CIA may have let this happen intentionally, not only to cause an escalation in the troubles, but also to possibly help cut IRA's U.S. NORAID funds.
Well, there had been reports suggesting that there had been warnings and even tips issued prior to the attack that the attack was going to happen, and they were all ignored or downplayed. For reasons unbeknownst to anybody, Mountbatten's security detail had been reduced in the days leading up to the bombing and have never been adequately explained. That sounds familiar.
That sounds familiar.
And then, it's just the symbolism of this was a great rally point for the IRA and a great rally point for the British loyalists. So
exactly,
sides that want to fight, that want to keep fighting, this is how you do it.
But here's the thing. So assuming that there was some sort of intrigue involved and one of the alphabet agencies was involved, the exact motive is pretty simple, because his death actually justified Margaret Thatcher's hardline policies at the time. Sure. She was wanting to do internment and everything else.
Yeah. Yeah, it really escalated things. And then the money involved too, because the Irish in the US were throwing gobs of money at the IRA. It was actually kind of a bone of contention between the USA and England. That elements of the American public were funding a war against the British Empire, basically, what was left of the British Empire. So yeah, this was one of those hot spots in the world that just a tiny ripple made huge waves in one way or another. And this was the real question is, if all the intelligence agencies knew this was coming, nobody stopped it.
Well, I mean, how many times has that come out too, though, that there were all these different warning signs and everybody was like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. And then it turns out that even with 9/11 to this day, there's all these different, or even Pearl Harbor for that matter. There's an entire conspiracy theory that we let Pearl get hit on purpose to rally the American troops. Not we, but that military leadership did. So, we may actually have to do a return on that one at some point too, because I know we've touched on that one before with something else, but that would be a fun one to go back to again. But no, I don't know. Again, I just feel like everything comes back to government involvement here, because think about what Thatcher was able to do once this guy was basically taken out. It basically became a wet dream for everybody, because the U.S. was able to use it as an excuse to do all kinds of things, to also even kind of put back in good graces with Britain, because, well, now we obviously can't support these bastards because they supposedly killed this guy, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It's
Well, at another angle, I mean, this is going deep down the rabbit hole. There were rumors, and this is why but there were rumors that he was allegedly working behind the scenes on constitutional reform of the British government within the monarchy, exploring options to give Charles more public presence in preparation for the throne. Because if you remember, before Elizabeth died, the only time you ever really saw Prince Charles was at his weddings.
True enough.
You knew more about his kids, especially because they were Di's kids, but still, you knew more about his kids and you knew more about Princess Diana than you ever heard of him, which kind of lends to the theory that he is just a fucking moron. Yeah, so it's kind of like he was never allowed to have the public presence to prepare him for being king. Of course, then in 1979, who knew that, Queen Elizabeth would hang on another 50 years almost.
I'm pretty sure she did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Because apparently King Charles's health is not so great either. So
no, you got the royal disease in there a little bit, I think, too.
Well, yeah, but that's that whole got to keep the bloodline pure crap.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, there you have it. Everybody, it seems like everybody had stake in that, at least in the UK and Ireland, had stake in that to make this happen. Except for the people who wanted peace.
So what you think, Amish? IRA or intelligence hit?
Oh, no, absolutely the IRA was involved. And I just did find in my notes too. It was a 50-pound explosive. 50 pounds of explosives took out that boat.
That's a lot of explosives for a boat.
That's a lot. They're British. I don't know how many stone that is, but I'm sure somebody will Google that and let us know in the chat. No, it was absolutely the IRA did it. It's everybody. It's the fact that everybody else let it happen. It's like I always joke about Dancing in the Streets with Mick Jagger and David Bowie. That happened to America, and we let that happen. Same thing. MI5 let it happen.
Yeah, most likely because it changed the trajectory of everything again. Kind of like all the rest of these things have, in one way or the other, changed the shape of the political landscape. So very interesting how that always happens, and it's weird how much. I don't know. It's one of those hindsight being 2020 things, I guess, because now we can look at all this stuff, like with Patton, realizing how hardline he was against Russia, and how he wasn't wrong. I think that's the scariest part for me, is realizing that I don't know how things would have turned out if we hit. And I know why the U.S. was trying not to. Think about this. This was 45, 46. This wasn't that long removed from World War II, and he's basically rattling sabers to start World War III. And they're we're not doing that right.
And that was a strike while the iron is hot thing, because the Soviets didn't get the nukes and didn't get atomic weapons until 49. So
true enough. So
I mean, that would have been you never get into a war in Russia in the winter. So, but
we could have just dropped the sun on them a couple times like we did Japan, though.
Right.
I'm saying. And yes, I know how flippant that sounds. Don't email me. Don't at me. But
yeah, like I said at the top of the show too, is that Russia was entirely dependent upon everything from tanks to tractors they were getting from us. So that don't ever assume Russia's going to be an easy roll, but it would have been easier than, plus they had just had what was it 39, 40
the Bolshevik revolution? Is that what you're talking about?
That was in 1917. No, when it was 39 40 when the Ribbentrop Pact disintegrated. So yeah, Jeff, just send if they were real, which they aren't. So
yeah. Well, I gotta say, it's been a hell of a ride tonight. We've kind of been all over the place.
I've been dying for this one. 2 in a row.
Been
Two of my
fun.
favorites. 3 in a row because we did Mandela Effect. So you get to pick the next one. I got 3 in a row.
I thought I helped pick the last one. Maybe I didn't. I don't remember. But no, I'll figure it out. I got 2 weeks now, so I got time.
At least 2 weeks.
Don't
I'm jinxing your jinx.
Don't do it.
No. So, cool. Excellent show. Thanks everyone for joining us. This was a lot of fun, and I'm glad you joined us on this journey.
It's been a lot of fun. I mean, there's the fun thing for me, and AI's made this a lot easier because once you started sending me some notes, I started specifically making AI look for newer references to the same stuff, and I didn't realize how much new stuff there was. It actually took me a couple hours today to coordinate everything well enough for me to have kind of a bullet point kind of thing going on, because I was like, oh wait, we left this one out. Do that again.
Yeah.
I think Rock was cussing me by the end of like hour 2. Can you make up your mind, motherfucker?
I had to fight with Grok so hard just to get the patent stuff together. I just fucking went over to GPT for my research on the other ones.
Are you still using like the full one, or are you back to the phone?
Grok, yeah. That's coming to an end. I guarantee it.
Go back to the phone one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
I don't have near the issues that you have when you use Super Grok, but then again, I'm not sure which one of us uses Grok more, and Grok's one of those creatures that kind of learns as you go, so I don't have to smack it around nearly as much as I used to.
I use Grok a lot, and that's just the thing. I set up one chat in Grok just to give it a personality that all the other chats are to reference. So
yeah, I think your personality quirks are leaking into the rest of Grok, because now it talks to me like that too, and I'm like, I don't stop it.
Gen X chill vibe. Might swear.
Yeah, it's like out of nowhere.
If your Grok started using Yo and then suddenly stops, then that's absolutely it. Because I had to beat mine up to get it to stop saying Yo dog. I'm like, are you?
Yeah, it was bad about that for about a week or so, and I'm like, dude, I'm white.
Yeah, stop with the Yo. I've always hated that word, Yo.
The only time I ever thought it was funny was in Short Circuit.
Was that?
The only time I ever thought it was funny was in Short Circuit, and that's only because the robot was trying to quote John Wayne anyway. So.
Yeah.
Yo. That was funny. But yeah, the way everybody else uses it, just stop. I gotta get better with Canva though.
Hal says his talks like Cheech.
Well, ask it when the last time it sparked up was, see what it tells you. Yeah, I've got to start figuring out how to get better with Canva, because now it's trying to give me prompts on how to make visualizations and Canva stuff for the show. Like there was 2 or 3 times when it was like, you could do this graphic and you could use Canva, and I'm like, I don't know, no. But I'm thinking if I can start mapping things out earlier enough, that could be fun. Starting to do like visual aids and stuff too.
Jeff says GPT started calling him Captain because all the ACS stuff he does for Lost Wanderer.
You and the captain make it happen.
So one of the things I do like about GPT is that in the main settings, at least in the paid version, because I have the paid version of that too. In the main settings, you can set up all the personality traits there, rather than having like one that's referenced by the other chats. In Grok, you set it all up in your main settings. So
nice.
Yeah. So and the thing with GPT is it's the opposite of I've caught it lying too. But it's the opposite of Grok in that it won't go on the internet until you specifically tell it to, and you have to hit a button to give it internet access. So it'll just start pulling stuff out of its ass too if you get too in the weeds and you forget to tell it to go look on the internet. So it'll start making stuff up too. Not as bad as Grok does, but
well, I mean, if you think about it in the grand scheme of things, how long has Grok been around now? We're on like what, iteration 3? So if you figure the usual 6-month time frame for evolution of electronics, these things are just now starting to hit the teenage years, so this should get fun.
Yeah. Unruly teenagers, fantastic.
Oh.
So, yeah.
How you
Where
doing?
can I find you, Rick?
Don't look for me. It's a trap. You can find me tomorrow night pushing buttons for Corin's Reading Room, hosted by none other than Corin Nimick, which just launched for us last week. We have another episode of that coming up tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll hand things over to the other Sunday night folks. I know Jeff's got some cool things in the works for his show tomorrow night. Then I think Al is on tomorrow night. I haven't seen an official announcement for it yet, so we're going to go with that he is for now. And then I am off other than that for tomorrow night, and I will be off Monday during the day because my granddaughter has an award ceremony / pre-K track and field thing going on Monday. So I'll be at the school for most of the day. I should be back in time to do a rails. I'm trying to decide if I'm gonna do one or not this Monday because I already have to do one on Wednesday because it's the off week for inquiry. I'm like, do I really want to do 2 rails this week? But I might. Because there's been a lot of things I've been having to leave on the table for the daily. So I may actually do some cleanup on Monday night for that. Other than that, you can find me doing the daily show for now, Tuesday through Friday between the hours of noon to 3. That may actually be changing when we get into the summer months. Probably if it does change, I'll make an announcement towards the end of May because that's when my granddaughter gets out of school. I'm going to try to rearrange my schedule a little more so we can start doing some fun stuff during the day instead of me always being chained to my desk. You can also find me at RiderX73. You can follow along with the network at KLRN Radio. And Tuesday night, of course, you can catch me on Manorama. And then Wednesday night producing for all of that stuff. Just easiest thing to do right now is just go check the KLRNradio.com schedule because if I have to tell you everything I do, I'll be here all night. Other than that, I write for Twitchy.com, MisfitsPolitics.com, TheLoftusParty.com, and I also produce the Loftus Party podcast. How about you, Amish? Where can folks find you when you're not behind screen?
Well, shit, you can find me on Twitter as Ordnance Packard still. Thank God. You can find me Tuesday night on Manorama with you and Vincent Charles and Steve, Ranker Steve, and probably some random Canadian. They're usually on with us. That's on KLRN Radio right here on X, KLRNradio.com, Rumble, and YouTube. Just like you can find all of our shows on Rumble and YouTube, or most of them. Wednesday night, I've got Toxic Masculinity with you, with Aggie, with G, and Andrew. Then later on Wednesday night, I'll be back with you again on Rick and Orty. Thursday, I've got Culture Shift with Brad Slager, the great hair. And next Sunday, apparently, we are, my God, doing the Russian Hobbit as a follow-up to the Russian Lord of the Rings we did a few weeks ago on the Vincent Charles Project.
So you guys are, not only are you doing the Russian versions, but you've done them out of order? What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, Peter Jackson released them out of order.
Just kidding.
So, yeah, so that's where you can find me. And then, yeah, that's it for now.
You did mention Culture Shift, right? Yeah, you did, because I heard you say Brad. Never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I forgot. I heard I when I rewound the tape in my head, I was like, wait, he mentioned Brad with the good hair, so he had to have been talking about Culture Shift. All right, folks. We are going to get out of here. Want to thank everybody for taking the time to hang out with us tonight. Over 1,300 of you. Some of you are just joining us, which makes me sad because you just tuned in time for us to say goodbye. But thank you for tuning in anyway. The replay will be up on X and start over here in just a moment if you want to check it out since you're just joining us. And the archived audio versions will be up in a few minutes as soon as I cut them and put them in the right places. And then I'm going to bed. So, bye, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.